So, I guess I'll start the stream now. Woo woo woo! It's a stream, and it started. That's not the button I wanted to press. This is the button I wanted to press. Load. Stream file. Did it actually work? Did it find the window on its own? No, why do you have to be like this? Okay, now it did. Oh yeah. Oh, that's how the emulation video looks. I guess I could make it look better somehow. But I'm also a lazy person. I'm not sure. Like, that's just how the emulator looks. So I could get rid of a lot of the black with this. Yeah. Honestly, I can now make it a little bit wider. Just generally, yeah. I think that's the best you will get. Yeah. So, oh yeah, I also wanted to do a new text. Oh. And, yeah, I should probably make this text a little bit more flashy. Can I just change the color? No? Can I at least make it like... Oh yeah, that's the color. I think up there should be fine. Oh yeah, on the end it's viewers and not viewer. Bam. So, I guess let's start. Thank you for playing Pokemon Clover. Pokemon Clover is a non-profit fan parody created by Anons from 4chan/VP. Pokemon is a trademark of Game Freak, blah 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 blah. The game is full of offensive humor, parodying 4chan and Pokemon, as well as monumental amounts of content and challenges. Be prepared to lose battles and swap out team members along the way when necessary. Thousands of hours have been spent on making this game, so please take your time and don't speed up if you're playing on an emulator. Yeah. Definitely not going to do that. Definitely not. Obviously. Now press the A button and let your wild ride begin. Hey, how you doing, kid? Welcome to the world of Pokemon. I'm Professor Stump, the professor here in the Fortune region. This world is full of these things called Pokemon. For some reason, Pokemon are pets. Other people battle with them. And for me, I study Pokemon and make 45 grand a year with shit benefits. But we ain't here to talk about me. I want to hear about you, kid. Are you a boy or a girl? I'm fucking... yeah, we're going to go with the boy because I just like the female rival more than the male one. Alright, what's your name, kid? I guess I'll just do Jan. Yes, my name is Jan. And still no one is watching. Yeah. Hey, look at this guy. I can feel his edge from over that's the screen interface and not the game I clicked in. He looks like he got a stick up his ass and couldn't get it out. Hey, you in black, what's your name? And everyone knows that the correct name for an edgy boy is Patch. Which is an in-joke no one is going to get, but I don't care. Oh yeah, talking about Patch. I should just notify him of me streaming. Yes, his name is Patch. Whoa, Patch, don't get all pissy. I only asked your name. Jan, you're 10, you're young, you're tough. Now get out there and go. World of Adventures and, you know, the whole Pokemon stick. Stick, not stick. So, let's first of all get a potion. Do I also have something on the mailbox from the start? No, okay. So nicely made, okay, just normal dresser stuff. Shelf full of Pokemon books. Map of all the towns. We start in Vipia Town and go to Vidlia City then, and then Gadex City. And yeah. Then over to Activate City. Okay. What's this? This is a Wii U, okay. And no, I can't see what's on TV, obviously. I suppose notice. If you're confused, complain on 4chan. We probably won't care. I don't think Mom says anything important. No, just like in real life. What's on TV? There's a movie on TV. A CIA agent is interrogating a man with a mask. Better go. Yes. Let's just skip ahead. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you want to get your ass handed to you while Pokemon live in Tower Grass? And your own Pokemon for protection. Hey, come on, kid. And you know, I would now like to have a viewer, so I can actually name my first Pokemon after them, but I don't have one. So that's nice. Hey, Jan and Patch. Oh yeah, I told you to come. Give me a sec. Here, Jan. There are 3 Pokemon here. Oh, lol. Okay, now I have a viewer. What's up? There are 3 Pokemon here. What do you mean you don't see them? They are on the table, you idiots. When I was your age, I was a serious Pokemon trainer. But now I sit in a lab and give away starters to kids. You can have one. Go, pick one. Which one of these is a dark type? This is such a perfect Patch character. None of them, you knick-knock. All starters are grass, water, and fire. And here we have the 3 starters. Grasshole, Ejacasm, and Hour Bomb. So, which one should I choose? And Patrick, do you want one of them named after you? Last one, please. Hour Bomb. Okay, it's Hour Bomb. It's illegal in some countries. Do you want it named after you? Or just choose the nickname or something? I shouldn't do that. I'll just call it... Nah, Admiral Akbar will probably not fit in. I'll just call it Akbar. You know, funny story, I once had one of my co-workers, who is from Egypt, once looked at a thing about mathematics, like, there was, I don't know, there was like, something on a piece of paper like 2 is bigger than 1, and read it, and he was like reading it like 2 Akbar 1, which is very fascinating. And of course Patch gets the Ejacasm. Fitting Pokemon for you. And I think I actually have the superior starter. At least for the first battle. Because I get Howl and he just gets, how is that thing called, John, you kids better not fuck up my lab. You're paying for anything you break. You never had a Pokemon battle before, have you? A Pokemon battle is where trainers battle a freaking Pokemon. It's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah. It's not that hard to get the hang of, just don't trash my lab. Hurry up with this battle already then. Oh no! I'm the one that has smoke screen. Okay. My first ability is actually the worst one. Yeah, knock the piss out of them. You gotta attack to do damage. So I think one string shot actually can be okay. Yeah, and now he's wasting turns, which means I'll probably win. Like, I think the strongest one for the first fight is actually the grass one, because it gets, it's not called Howl. How is that move called? I don't know. The one that reduces opponent's attack, which is like way superior to any other status moves that any other guys get. Because it's like the only one that's actually useful in this battle. Yeah. And because he has a useless move and used it a lot, I just got a free win without even using my potion. And Akbal and Amber. What? Unbelievable! Excellent. If you win, you earn prize money and your Pokemon will grow. Battle other trainers and make your Pokemon strong. What a worthless Pokemon. Farewell, Jan. Farewell, Stump. Was there anything down here, like a hidden item or something? No. What does Fat Guy say? Technology is incredible. You can now shitpost about Pokemon on VP via PC. Nice. Wake the fuck up. Double, is it called double period? I don't know. D. The best character. I've never seen you before. My name is Cassandra. Are you starting a Pokemon journey? Whew, me too. Now let's fucking fight. Pokemon trainer Cassandra wants to battle, and she of course has the grass starter, so she isn't really a challenge, because I now have Amber. So Grasshole is just going to get wrecked completely. Akbar grew to level 7. And I defeated Cassandra. Fuck. I just love that character. That was a pretty epic battle, to be honest, IMO fam. We'll have to meet again soon. I better go to the hospital before my Pokemon die or something. Bye, friend. So, let's get a free potion from this guy, I guess. I got something real nice for that we sell back in Whitlier City. Here, have one. Potion! Yeah, a potion. What did you think I was going to give you? And it's a screw up. But I don't have any Pokeballs, so I can't even catch it. But yeah, it's a squirrel app. It's a rapping squirrel. Wait, let me just check something in options. Do I have... I want auto HMs on. And I want... Is there anything else? Flame type maybe? I don't know. I'll just stick with this one. The stump doesn't have an item? Why does the stump not have an item? Very unfair. And it's another screw up. I love this battle music. It's such a great battle music. They actually did all the music stuff themselves, so yeah, very cool. Route 1, Whittier City and Vipia Town. Have you seen any berry trees yet? I heard that berries grow back 1 hour after you pick them. Yes. Is there? No. There of course is not a hidden grotto. The first one is in the forest, I think. Oh yeah, our first fight against a normal trainer. And he got the best music when he challenges you. It's a Fortnite dance. And I think I might have just scared away my new viewer that just joined, but didn't write anything up until now. But yeah, he also got a screw up, also he's dabbing. Not a screw up, the trainer, but I already, you know, clicked past it, but he's going to return, so... Very big oof, yes indeed. A very nice oof. I defeated youngster Jonathan. Yeah. Stabbing. Next time we'll win for sure. Yes, yes you will. Of course. And I got an oranberry, which is a pretty nice berry. Especially because berries don't actually get consumed during the quince shit? What quince shit? Oh, it's a Kangium. I'm not going to read out every move if you mean that. But also, yeah, berries in this game, or consumable items in general, or consumable items that you give to a Pokemon which consumes them, not which you just actively use. There's a difference between those two. But the ones that you basically give for a Pokemon to carry, those actually don't get consumed when they use them, as long as it's like a big story battle, so against one of your rivals or against an arena leader. So yeah, you just get your berries back, which is very, very nice. Oh yeah, I should probably check out the other stuff in Whittier City, because there's the man cave. Are you being from the outside world? How do you dare come in here? Leave my man cave at once. And it's a land shell. And that's actually a kind of dangerous Pokemon for me, I think. But not really, because it's level 3. But yeah, a high level version of that could fuck me over really hard. Also, thanks Patrick for making me choose the fire starter. Very nice. Because I'll have weakness on the first 2 gyms. Because it's a Kanto game, so first is Brock, then it's Misty, then it's Sergeant Surge. Greetings, milady. They call me the Shitlord. If your Pokemon wishes to join me down the path of Earth Power, I shall require a small sampling of pure Gamer Girl essence. Do you accept? Come back once you have some Gamer Girl P for me. Yeah, I'm not going to fight this. What? You expected me to say something useful? Come on, I know this ain't your first Pokemon game. Patrick, are you actually 100% relying on me reading stuff because you are not actually watching? Oh, I should have also read the sign. Trainer tips. Pressing the L or R buttons doesn't do anything. We've removed the help feature. Here's some advice if you need help. Get good. Yeah, I should probably get the package back to Professor Stump. Also, I want that item over there. That's Tackle. That's not the move I kind of wanted to use. Ooh, that wild Pokemon actually has an Oran Berry. And those are so freaking strong at the start. Okay, I'm going to play Mass Effect 1. Tackle! Use Tackle attack! Yes. I'm a very smart person. And another potion. So now I'm at 3. Which should help during the first gym, I guess? Maybe? Although I still probably need a fighting type or a ground type with an actual ground attack to beat it. Or like a Samdrop or something. Oh Jan, what's that Pokemon? Hey look, it likes you. You must be a pretty good trainer. What's that? You've got something for me? And it's Stump's parcel. Hey! It's my fancy ass new aluminum pack lag. I've bought this shit on Amazon like a week ago. Overnight delivery my ass. Thanks though, kid. Professor. Oh yeah, that's Patch. What did you want from me? Oh yeah, I got the job for you too. On the desk over here are the Pokédexes I ordered. It automatically records data on Pokemon you caught. I'm giving you this too because I got an email a while ago from the International Pokemon Research Committee saying that they ain't got jack shit data on 4chan. Apparently, the people in this region were too much of lazy fucks that they never did a species survey. Patrick, it's not that hard. Like, you just need any software that's able to stream something, make a Twitch account, connect those two, and then do it. You know? It's really, really not hard. And then you should also probably shout yourself out somewhere, so you know that stuff works. Just let your dreams be dreams, what? Good job. Yeah. Oh, the shit I got to put up with. Hey! That works in both situations. Anyway, Jen and Patch, take these with you. Jen received the Pokédex. You gotta catch them to get complete data. Also, here's some balls for catching wild Pokemon. Balls. 5 Pokeballs. When a wild Pokemon appears, it's fair game. Just throw a ball at it and try to catch it. That won't always work though. A healthy Pokemon can escape. You gotta be lucky. Now from what I heard, there's something like 380 Pokemon in this region. Yeah, that's right. I want you to catch them all. I would do this myself, but I'm an old crippled bastard. I want you to get this done for me. Get moving, you two. And hurry because Dr. Pomfret is gonna dock my pay again. Yeah, just 10 minutes in and I'm getting my balls. I don't see why I should help, but I'll play along just this once. Jen, such a simple task is something I alone can accomplish. I must also become the best trainer I can be so I can one day crush my father. Farewell, John. Farewell, Stump. Oh yeah, you should visit my wife for a town map. Be sure to call in every now and then so I can check your Pokédex. Yes, very important stuff. Yeah, I know I'm kinda slow because I'm not skipping through all the dialogue and instead reading it all out loud. It's like way slower than just silently reading it. Can I just steal that map? No, I need to talk to her. Stumpy. Oh god, she calls him Stumpy. Ask you to run an errand? Gee, that's lazy of him. Here, this will help you. And I received the town map from Weir. You can use the town map to find out where you are or check the names of places. How the fuck is there a ship confirmed? That's his wife. That's not the mom, that's his wife. Boy. Yes, the ship is very much confirmed. Yeah, but it was like already confirmed by the game. I'll just get myself a Kangaeon for the Pokédex. Oh no, it's dead. Yeah, I'll have more than enough opportunity to get another one. Doesn't make it any less true, I guess. Oh, here's still just level 3s, isn't it? Yes, let's just square up. I basically just want to catch everything for the Pokédex. So, yeah, that's going to... Really? Really, game? Okay. I guess. What actually is... Yeah, I'm a special attacker. Wait, what's actually my Pokemon's natures? I mean, I guess that's reasonable. Could be worse. Optimal would, of course, be reduced attack, increased special attack. But I can deal with reduced defense, I guess. So, back again to Vitlia City. So, first of all, let's go to the Pokemon Center, and it's here. I could also get some grass types from the forest, but I think I should get a Samdrop. And Patrick still's my only viewer. I just need cave Pokemon. Yeah, it's a Samdrop. It's nice because it has Water Gun. And that's going to be helpful. Please don't die. And it got Odor Sleuth, which isn't a good ability at all. That's a potion. Where's my Pokeballs? And you get into my balls. Getting the Samdrop into my balls. I want this Pokemon to stay in my balls. Yeah, caught one. Samdrop was caught. Ekba gained 40 XP. Samdrop's data was added to the Pokédex. Samdrop, the drop Pokemon. Samdrops are slimy and translucent. When you try to smell it, it will shoot drops off its body at you. Yeah, I guess the only viewer is still Patrick. So I don't even know if I should nickname it. I mean, do you want this Pokemon named after you? Oh yes, okay. So, Diamona or Patrick? I guess I'll call it Patrick. No, like an actually identifiable name, so I'm just calling it Patrick. Okay. Patrick is getting the weird Semen Drop Pokemon. Nice. And he actually actively accepted it. Wait, I don't... Yeah, I know you have. But, oh yeah, I wanted to talk to everyone in the town. You want to know about the two kinds of caterpillar Pokemon? I don't really. Like, I know about them. One has electricity, one doesn't. Hello, I am Todd Howard. Have you bought the Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Ultra Special Legendary Edition trademark yet? You should really buy my game. Vidya City, a city praised as a virtual paradise. What else was inside the Pokemon? You should try Wonder Trade sometimes. It's pretty fun when you don't keep getting level 3 Squirrel. Yeah, it is. Has Pokemon Sage come out yet? It feels like it's been forever. Yeah, I also wanted to buy stuff. $10 Pokeballs. So I also get a Premier Ball. Balls. Balls are very important. Should I try to maybe catch the other 2 Pokemon that are missing? No, I'm going to do that up there, but I want the rest of the cave Pokemon, I think. Also a little bit of leveling on Samdrop, who's now called Patrick. You brought this upon yourself, by the way. It's not very effective. I'm just opening a window real quick because it's actually getting kind of warm in here. Okay, back at it again. Yeah, Landshell was caught. I'm not giving it any nickname. Patrick gave enough nicknames and I'm not planning on really using this one. Also, its Pokédex entry isn't really interesting. I still should have read it, but I kind of forgot it. And I could get a second Samdrop for Wonder Trading. Yeah, I guess I should do that, so I can Wonder Trade. Because Wonder Trading is kinda cool. Really? Freak you. You're not doing that. That's not nice. Boop. Boop. Caught a Samdrop. Akbar gained 19 XP. The rest of the team gained some XP points thanks to the XP share. No, this is just Wonder Trade fodder. I'm not giving it a nickname. So I guess I should just Wonder Trade it now? Wait, Pokemon Center was up there. What do you actually have to say? Hey, do you like Sonic? Yes, great. Take the thing, it will make your Pokemon go fast. Ooh, he gave me Quick Claw. If you give a Quick Claw to one of your mons, it will go faster and attack first sometimes. Yeah. Where's the center? There's the center. Heal your Pokemon, Pokemon Center. What do you have to say, Wanderer? So this is Vidya City. I thought this place was supposed to be known for its video games, though. Okay. The nurses at the counter will heal your Pokemon back to full health, free of charge. Man, free healthcare is great. Did you know what's the do you know what's the difference between toilet paper and a carpet? Yes. Good for you, I guess. And when you say no, it was you! When I was in school, the bullies used to play a game called Fruit Punch. They'd just bust right through a wall to surprise you. It was a real shot to the gut. I'll teach Fruit Punch to one of your Pokemon if you give me a Roselli Berry. I don't have a Roselli Berry. We can spike it to make it stronger if you want, yes. Are you the... What are you actually for? Only champions may use this service, okay. No, both of them. Oh no, I need to actually beat the first arena to Wonder Trade, I think. So I can't. Did I already heal my Pokemon? No. then I'll do that now. Do 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 do. And I put all the Pokemon that I don't really intend on using onto the PC, I guess. Yeah. Do I think there was an item somewhere? I don't know. I was shopping in Gadak City occasionally. I have to go the winding trail in Whittier Forest to get there, though. Yeah. Okay, the gym leader here is a musician. The gym is closed at the moment, though. After you play newest track 7 times, he will come. What was its name again? Wait, what does the sign actually say? Oh no, it just says Whittier Pokemon Gym, not the name. I'm pretty sure the gym leader is just Skrillex. If I remember correctly. Oh, it's a berry tree with a Shaka berry. I need a Wasali berry though for Fruit Punch. Oh yeah, and next to the Pokemon map there's also oh yeah, a bush you'd need to cut to actually get that item. Okay. Still no viewers. I mean, Patrick is a viewer, but still no other viewers. Found one potion. Put the potion into the item pocket in his inventory. Yes. Yeah. Do they actually have special music? No, it's just the basic battle music. Yes. You have. I bet you have never seen anything like my Mei Mei. Oh yes, she has a Mei Mei. Yeah, but she's still getting completely stomped. And a Kangion. Okay. Not really anything dangerous. Oh, Patrick is now level 5. And he learned Mud Slap. Which actually is a special move and he is a special attacker, so it's not even that terrible. Oh, Mei Mei, I'm sorry. My Mei Mei is so funny, it got featured on 9fac once. Nice. Nice joke, bro. Suspicious looking stump that doesn't actually have anything in it. Ooh, that's actually a wild Mei Mei. It's a Mei Mei. I think it should survive a tackle. Yes, it survived a tackle. But I guess I'll need to do the rest with Patrick to not one-shot it. Oh yeah, I should also have checked how useless are the stats on Patrick right now. It has Insomnia. I don't... Okay. It is actually relatively good in terms of natures, like it doesn't really need attack, so also it right now serves the purpose of making tackle way weaker. It's still killed, come on. Yeah. So that happened. Akbar is now on level 10 and learned Pursuit. What's actually in here? Squirp may be small, but don't underestimate its wicked rhymes. I feel bad for the sap leaf. Their bodies are so flammable that photosynthesizing for 10 minutes causes them to spontaneously combust and reduces them to ash. Big Bro says there's a vine on one of the trees in the forest that takes you to a secret place. A hidden grotto, I think he called it. Man, I wish I had Pokemon so I could go find it. Yes, we are going to find the hidden grotto. Because I'm pretty sure the Pokemon in it will have its hidden ability. And that's kinda cool. I guess. Oh, a sign. Trainer tips. The bag can be used to store items. When someone suggested it to us, we thought he was crazy. But he was right all along. Got an antidote? Got a sign? For poison, use antidote. Get it at Pokemon Mart. Okay. Are birds very important? Yes, thank you. Are birds very important? No, thank you. Why does this trainer exist? Why does it exist? Like, I feel like just this one NPC is like a personalized version of an existential crisis. Are birds important? Yes. Are birds important? No. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change it. Yes. Thanks, random NPC. Very nice. Oh, it's a Lavades. Lavates? I don't know. I kind of want to catch it, so Pursuit, I guess. Yeah, I think I need to try to catch it at half, because I'm not going to try any other attacks. Well, that thing is going to die if I hit it one more time. Which would be kind of terrible. And we got a Lavadas. And I don't think we have anyone who actually wants to have it named after them, so I'm just, you know, just using it as a Pokédex thing. And I should have read his Pokédex entry. I'm very sorry to all my viewers that I just disappointed. Oh, also this one. If Aerobomb happy, it runs in circles until it explodes. When it rains, it likes to hide under the sand. Yes, don't have anything for that. Oh yeah, Lavadas. Lavadas are found in the forest, leeching off the energy of Pokemon. They also absorb nutrients from trees. And Landchill. Landchill dig their own tunnels inside mountains. If someone finds it, they will try to go deeper. And that's actually all the ones we got the description of. Now let's catch a birdhouse. The birdhouse is aggressive. It's birdhouse. And it's not a grass type, so Ember actually isn't very effective on it, because it's just a straight flying type, I think. So another Ember. Oh, it's actually burning. Yeah, so I guess I can catch this one too. What the frick, my dude? Stay in there. I want you to stay in my Pokeball. Yeah, got that guy. Okay, and now I'm actually going to look at the Dex entry and not going to fuck it up again. Birdhouse lures bird Pokemon to make nests inside it and then eats the seeds they bring. Also, does anyone want to name it? Or think that it should be on my team or anything? No? No. Cool. Gotta love how every new viewer leaves after a few seconds. And put the potion away. Okay, I got a potion. Wait, I kinda want to do something. Can I actually... I think that should be a window capture, maybe? No, I did not want to do... Where is it? No, go away. Thanks. Can I actually use it to do the Restream chat from OBS? That would be very cool. No, I actually can't. I would need to actually open Restream chat. But hey, why not? I should probably actually do that. Nah, maybe next stream. I'm kinda lazy. Discard all changes. Thanks. Amber. Wait, was that actually a wild Pokemon that I could have caught and that would have been very effective on the next gym? Yes. Yes. That's what happens when you completely forget what you're doing. Oh, a bug catcher. That one should be easy. Welcome to Whitlier Woods. I'll be your guide. Very nice. Always like my guide to just instantly fight me. That's like what a good guide should do. Yeah, just straight up Ember him. Oh, and I Quick Clawed, which doesn't make any difference. Now Random Lavados grew to level 5. It might actually... yeah, it will probably be my first Pokemon to evolve. Now Patrick even left. Nice. And I'll need to go to the toilet real quick. So... what the fuck? Where's the text gone? Santa on stream, please. Where the fuck did you go? Why? Why are you now upside down? That's not actually helpful. Why is the text upside down? Oh, do I actually need to do this? Yes, okay. Got it. Need to make it relatively big though. Yes, like this. Nice. Now I can mute myself and just leave real quick. Mute button is... And return. I have returned. Patrick also has returned. Why did Patrick have problems with OBS? Like, why? Are you literally now trying to steal my viewers? And I defeated Bug Catcher Rick. My bugs are weak, but maybe, with some training, they can evolve into something useful, right? Yeah, that's not really, the part I have a problem with. Locking eyes with a trainer is not consent. Always get express permission before engaging in battle. The part I wanted to get at was, why are you trying to steal my viewers? Bad moderator. Are you even a moderator? I don't think so. I don't think you are on this account. No. Yeah, let's catch a Curie Crawl. Yeah, you're trying to steal yourself. You are my only viewer, yes. I realized that. By the way, is that a new account again? Oh no, I skipped it again. Frick. Off to the Pokédex. No, the leader of a group of Curie Crawlers is one of the best jokes. Those with bad jokes are kicked out. Okay, I guess. Ooh, there's a tree with a vine on it. You know what that means? Climb it. And yeah, I'm saving this. Like, I should probably just use save states. I just don't want to kill it. Because, you know, things. What actually is this?
Are you seriously now only streaming from the Minecraft server?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know where else I should hang out. There's a higher likelihood of people being here, so...
True, to be fair.
It's just another Curie Crawl. Okay. Yeah, okay, it uses copycat to copy my tackle and tackle me. Nice. So this is a very special Curie Crawl because it came from a hidden grotto, so it should probably have its hidden ability. I think. Maybe.
Sounds reasonable.
The rest of the team got some XP changed thanks to XP share. Do I want to give this one a nickname? Yes, but I don't have any viewers to nickname it after.
Name it after the program that's currently reading it. That's currently recording. Name it after OBS.
I'll just call it OBS. Very good name. Yes, indeed. Much such name. Much wow. Oh yeah, it actually is in my group. So does it even have its hidden ability? Yes, it has guts. Which is actually kind of strong. Cool, I guess. What does the other one have? Prankster. Okay. Those are both pretty strong abilities. And just heading through this forest. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh yeah, yeah. And now you have my stream muted so you don't even hear the music.
Yes, indeed. Because I'm talking to you and it would be kind of counterproductive to hear myself and you twice.
Yes. Yeah. This is
Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah,
I like it that you're basically just an Native American. I mean, they burnt down their rainforest.
What?
That's kinda cool. Yes.
Hey, Akbar's level 11. Lava Disc learned Absorb. Birdhouse is level 7. I should probably remove all of those things that I don't want to use for my group. Curie Qual is level 5. Yeah, I can see this getting annoying. Cool. Yeah, it's a Picotin. Which, I don't know why this exists. This thing doesn't have any reason to exist. It doesn't even evolve or anything.
Why isn't this working?
99 XP. Patrick is level 7 now. Birdhouse is level 8. Curie Qual is level 6. OBS is level 6. And I defeated Las Arif. So cute. Fairy types are so cute. I don't know why people hate them. Oh, there's another bug catcher that I can probably stomp into the ground easily. Hello, I am a classic bug fan. Okay. A bug catcher Sammy wants to battle. Yeah, he got the evolution of, how is it called, Curie Coal, which is Gutsy-kun. And does he have anything else useful? Wait, first of all, my Pokemon are going to level up again. Lavadus is level 7. Lavadus, I don't know. It's... yeah. Oh! This thing might actually be a problem. Does Pursuit deal more damage? No, not at all. Yeah, just spamming Ember now. And it blocked me. Okay. No, wait. Block doesn't actually do what I think it does? Okay, cool. I can still use Ember. I thought it disabled the move. Also, before I escape this forest, I should probably go to the Pokemon Center again. Because there's another rival battle coming up, if I remember correctly. Patrick now is level 8. And is trying to learn Water Gun. Yeah, let's just remove Odor Sleuth. And Birdhouse is level 9. Birdhouse also is a very Y Pokemon. Oh, Curie Qual learned Bug Bite. OBS also is level 7 and also learned Bug Bite. Cool. I'm so freaking mad. Oh no. Are we now getting 2 evolutions? No, okay. You all ruined the bug type. You freaking freaks. I hate the bug fanbase. Wait, you freaking freak? Okay, I know who that is. You freaking freaks. Ruining the Sonic fanbase. No, was it Mario? I don't know. Volume down. Tip. Volume down makes the sound get quieter. Volume up makes it louder. What a crazy world we live in, huh? Very important trainer tip. Yeah, just burning that thing down. I'm currently confused why my early route bug types didn't evolve at level 7 like they usually do. But I should leave now. Because I don't want to fight Patch with wounded Pokemon. Because Patch is scary. Hey, I found a Tanga berry. Can I show you my funny bugs? Oh yeah, he probably has a bunch of Curie crawls. Yes? No, he has a cockroach. It's a cockroach. Which is a very cool Pokemon. I mean, who doesn't love cockroach? It's cockroach. And more XP for the team. XP for the
More
boys.
XP. Woo!
And another cockroach. Top cack. And 42 more XP points. And maybe another level up. OBS is now level 8. Are we now? Oh yeah, OBS is evolving. And now it's a Gutsy-kun. And it tries to learn Harden. Is there anything that it has that's less useful than Harden? Maybe Copycat. Yeah, probably Copycat. My bugs expect a lot for my jokes. Yes, yes, words. Those are words indeed. That's another item. And another Curie Qual. That I'm not going to fight because it's kinda low. And not going to give me any serious amount of XP. And it's another Lavados. Lavates? I don't know. I actually kinda want one of the grass types you can get from here. Ooh! There's another youngster. You should probably turn on the stream for the music. Yeah, prepare to lose. And dabbing. And burning. A birdhouse is now at level 10. I kinda dislike that I'm accidentally training a freaking birdhouse. Wait, did I read the description of Block right? The Pokemon, this Pokemon is blocks the way, blocks the escape of the opposing Pokemon with their arms wide. So the block ability is literally just your Pokemon T-posing before the opponent Pokemon, so it can't escape. Asserting dominance. And Patrick stopped watching again, nice. Oh no, nice, I now can see my other Curie Qual evolve. Oh yeah, that was the wrong button. That was the speed up button.
Bullshit, I am watching.
Okay, I guess.
And why the fuck do you don't want to fucking record shit? Sorry.
That was unfair, you cheated. Curie Qual is evolving. Now I have my second Curie Qual evolving. Very important. Oh look! It evolved into the same bloody thing because there's only one thing it can evolve into. Nice. Oh, who would have guessed I now have a Gutsy-kun. No, just don't learn anything. Thanks. That should be the motto for a school. Wait, no, that's not actually the thing where the thing is. Okay. Yeah, I just need my healing. Really bad. Welcome to our Pokemon Center. Healing and stuff. And then we move everything that isn't named from the team. So, Lavadus, Birdhouse, and Gutsy-kun. Or is it Lavates? I don't know. Also, what's in this house? I don't think I have checked out this house yet. My daddy loves Pokemon, okay? This gains a bunch of diarrhea, dog shit covered in putrid piss. I'd rather circumcise a rabbit cat than play this garbage. What were they thinking? What a shitload of fuck. Yes. Very nice. Thanks, Kanye. I was so broke I couldn't buy video games, so I got a job to pay for them. Now I have all the video games I want, but all my time is spent working instead.
Yes, that's actually...
That's how it be. What's on TV? Sunday, 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 and Saturday. It's the 9th annual Dallas Mower Expo. Be there as the biggest names in mowers. Hedge Sand Clipper Sand. Hedge Sand Clipper Sand. Hedge Sand Clipper Sand. Sunday cutting technology. Seeking. Oil paintings. Seeking. Don't miss the Dallas Mower X. What X poops? We won't be there. Yes. Yes, that was a sentence. I think. Maybe. What the fuck? Pick me up, I'm scared.
Oh, it does not work. It will not does work. Why doesn't it work?
I'm not going to help you during my stream time to make up I'm not going to help you become a competitor to me during my stream time. That sounds like a very bad idea. Oh, I wasn't in that house also, right? Oh, maybe there's something different on TV. What's on TV? There's some kind of rally on TV. A man with golden hair is raising everyone's spirit, promising to improve his country. Keep watching, yes. When you look closely, there are anime signs behind the man with golden hair. Keep watching, yes. Breaking news, the results are coming in. The man with golden hair has a smug look on his face. Keep watching. You can hear You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling Stones and Build the Wall chants. Keep watching. You listen so much to the man with the golden hair speak that you're tired of winning. He says he won't stop winning though. Okay. What's on TV? Nothing, because the TV is turned off. Nice. Your opinion is shit and I don't want to hear it. Nice. The people in the city are no more than a chaotic bunch. If only there was a place with district based on the residents' preferred video games. I would call it Vigia Town. Okay. You play Pokemon, please go back to Vipia Town. Your kind isn't welcome here.
Well, yes. Well, I've been summoned. See ya later.
Wait. Oh.
I'll still stay in your stream though, so you won't drop. So
Hey, nice. Viewers. I like viewers. Viewers are good.
Yeah. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day. Ice cream machine broke.
Okay.
What? And catching the Kangian. So I can finally get the... what is it? I think it's a fried chicken Pokemon. It's actually pretty windy outside, I must say. Kangion uses its tasty odor to attract prey.
Hello, what's up?
And now Alex is here. Hi, watch my stream.
I'm going to watch the stream right now.
It strikes with
Did
a
you
powerful
already
prey.
post something on Twitter?
It does automatically.
With Streamlabs?
Yes.
Give a nickname to the captured Kangeon.
Yeah.
Name it Nugget Bucket for me, please. It looks like a nugget bucket.
Yeah, I guess you're a viewer, so you can name a Pokemon. Yes. I don't think Nugget Bucket actually fits. Yeah, but I can call it Nugget Bug.
Yes.
Nugget Bugs.
Or just
So-
BKT.
So it will actually then be a proper member of the team. Because it's now named.
Oh, dang it.
But also they should... if you want a Pokemon to be actually named Alex, you can also ask me.
No, not Alex.
Why
I'm
not?
a Alexander.
Or Sasha. I should probably take Sasha.
Sasha is a good name, yes.
Yeah, because there's another Alex who might also want a Pokemon named after him.
Yeah. Probably.
If you don't want this one, I'm just going to run.
Kill it. With fire.
Nah, I'm just going... Oh yeah, I now have a new Pokemon that could actually use the XP, I forgot. It's a Cockroach! They are so freaking rare.
Cockroach.
Yes,
Nice name.
and
Freaking Cock-
I still need a Cockroach. I think OBS should have low enough attack to actually not kill it. The name was
Yes.
Patrick's idea, by the way.
OBS. But why it's not OBS Live?
It's just OBS.
Alright. What is OBS standing for? Open Broadcaster, I guess?
Open broadcast software. Oh no, the phone is ringing and I can stop it.
Just dance to the music.
I don't even have my face cam turned on. Like, I can dance, but...
Or just dance.
Yeah. Holy frick.
Don't name the Cockroach.
Why not?
Cockroach is a good name.
Okay, it will just... Yeah, I skipped the Dex entry again.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll just keep it Cockroach, so it won't be an actual team member. Because all the team members will be things named by viewers.
Alright. Where's Patrick right now? Is he not watching?
He's... I think he's in chat, but he's, I mean, he just brought Döner into chat, so,
Piece of shit.
Where actually is Cockroach? Why am I too stupid to find it? Wait, do I need to do this one? Maymay, Samdrop. Ah, yes, relaxed Pokemon scrolling, Pokedex scrolling sounds. Cockroach, there.
Nice.
Where did you get that emote from?
I'm Prime member, Jan.
Oh, okay. Very emote, yes. Some people think all cockroach look the same, but some of them are actually aunties and uncles. I don't know why. What?
Keks.
What is that new thing in the music?
I hear anything? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, the game music just changed.
Oh, I don't hear the game music.
Yeah, you probably don't, because... I mean, I could also stream on Discord, so you could actually hear the game music.
Yeah, that would be nice. I'm actually watching your stream right now. I'm not doing nothing else, just watching your stream.
Cool.
Nice.
GBA. So now you can watch this and get sound, I guess.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah, just now there was a little bit of, I don't know, another instrument added to the background music. That's what I was confused about.
Jan,
Yeah?
your Discord live stream. Right now I can see something. Good. I'm just removing my plate. Wait a moment.
Yeah, no problem. Patrick now is level 9. Okay, and now it's time for the rival battle. Who has the water Pokemon, and I don't really
What
have...
did you say?
Now it's time for the rival battle. He has, of course, the water starter, and I don't have anything that counters water, so wish me luck, I guess.
Yeah, just kill it.
John, you're already here. I hate forests. Too green, too natural. They would be much better if they were black and red. But enough talk. It's time to beat you and your team into a bloody pulp.
Alright.
Rival Patch wants you to battle. Oh yeah, he also has a Nausean right now. Yeah, of course. I guess I can just Ember it to death, hopefully.
Yeah. Hausian.
Nausean. It's an N. It's
thought
like-
there is-
It's based on nausea, like Schwindel. I think it can evolve into like some hazmat suit thing, or so it has a split evolution, and it could also evolve into some weird Ebola reference.
Alright.
Nugget Bug now is level 4 and 5.
Yeah. Nugget
And
Bug.
Cockroach is level 4.
Cockroach, yeah.
And there's his Ejac-chasm.
Is it the...
Yeah, it's a water starter that will now whack Akbar.
But it... did it gist on you?
It has Water Gun and Poison Tail.
But it looks like yeah, maybe it's the wanking thing.
Of course, yes it is.
Nice.
Tackle!
Jan,
Kill it!
Jan, are you interested in jacking off with me together?
No. No, I'm not. Not on stream. No,
Ah.
no, not in general.
Alright.
But especially not on stream.
But in
Hello,
general,
doggo.
there is a possibility to do this together.
Bug
Yes.
Bite. I can steal his berry if I don't get one-shotted by Poison Tail. Okay, I'm not getting one-shot by Poison Tail. That's
I
nice.
don't think so.
Yeah, I stole his berry and ate it.
It's a pretty good attack.
Yes.
Pretty strong.
Bug Bite is a pretty cool move.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like I'm actually going to win this fight. Nice.
Yeah, I don't thought of that. But you're actually in pro gamer, I guess.
Yes, very much. I don't need to look at the stats of OBS because it evolves one more time before I can see its actual useful stats. Nugget Bucket learned Peck. Cackwatch also learned Bug Bite.
Nice.
And I defeated Patch. I lost.
Schedule. Currently live every Wednesday Minecraft.
Yes. Yes, I should probably make the description thing look actually, you know, good.
Yeah, like my description, I guess.
Yeah, probably. Stupid forest. All the green colors messed me up.
By the way, if you want to see actually good gameplay, just look at einfach_Alex.
Fucking Unterstrich.
Yeah, my English is not the yellow from the egg, you know, this...
And I love how he actually tips the fedora when he leaves. This is such a great feature. People tend to underrate a Pokemon called Blobbers. It has the power to transform to any other Pokemon and it learns a lot of moves. Sadly, it lacks in the stats department. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right.
What?
I heard there are people that make mistakes but go back in time to a state where those mistakes were never made. But only a casual would do that.
Yeah, we are not normies.
He just called out people who use save states. Which reminded me to save. Which is not the same as using save states, but, you know.
But Jan?
Yeah?
Would you call yourself a boomer?
No!
A weirdo?
I'm like about 30 years too young for that.
Are you a normie?
Also very much no.
So what are you?
I don't know.
An autist?
A very special little boy.
Kangian! Or Nugget Bucket?
The Nugget Bug. The Nuggy Bugs. Why do those stumps never contain actual items? So, and now comes the hard part. Defeating Brock without any Pokemon that's good against Brock.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
No, first I need to defeat Team Karma.
What? Team Karma?
Yes, that's the evil team in this game.
Ah, alright.
Oh, also this happened. Oh yeah. Now Wonder Trading actually works. Cool.
Alright.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center, blah 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 blah. Yes, I want to heal. But I also want to Wonder Trade. Because that could actually save me from this situation. We restored your Pokemon to full health. What else is here? Chili is so cute. I will never let it become a menopause.
Alright.
I really want a Picotin. I'm trading my Pixilla for one. I'm trading Pokemon with that kid there. I had 2 Picotin, so I figured out I might as well trade one. Not really interesting. Very interesting dialogue indeed, yes.
Yeah, not really.
So you are not actually a team Pokemon, I guess, and what was the thing I actually wanted to trade? My second Sandrop I wanted to trade, yes.
Why is Instagram so weird?
I don't know. Probably
Just looking at
probably
pictures.
because it adjusts for your preferences.
Maybe because I just see Disney characters with very thick thighs getting tattooed.
Okay.
And
Good that
very
you're...
awful position.
Very nice that you're telling me that. So,
Yeah.
like I said earlier, Wonder Trading... You can now Wonder Trade with people all over the world. Just talk to that woman. That's it. Just thought I would let you know. Ah yes, very nice tutorial. Would you like to make a Wonder Trade? What does the info actually say? Trade with NPCs around the world. Nice. Who knows what you'll get in return? The amount of Wonder Trades you can make depends on your badge count. This rule is in place to prevent potential abuse of the system. If you want to know how much each badge lets you trade, choose any of the following. Which badge do you want to know about? Oh, okay, then I can see having 0 badges will allow you to wonder trade once. Having 1 badge will allow you to wonder trade once every hour. Okay, and then it just improves, I guess. Cool. Yes, I want to make a wonder trade. Yes, I want to save my game.
Alright.
And I'm trading this access Sam drop to a guy, I think he was called DG.
DJ?
DG. Oh yeah, very nice Pokemon.
What is this?
A very nice Pokemon.
Is it a Siemens sponsor?
He sent over Bunfugging.
Holy frick, what is this?
Please take good care of Bunfugging. No, that's not the actual name of the Pokemon, that's just the nickname. But still.
It's weird.
The actual name is Hampani. It has quick feet, okay. It's probably a physical attacker. And it got Pound, Tail Whip, and Helping Hand.
Did you know that the creator of Tom and Jerry died? And Popeye?
No, I didn't.
He's dead.
Cool. Why are you now giving me random
Yeah.
news?
I don't know. Oh, holy shit! How is this looking
Stop!
when butt-fucking in your menu is? What the hell?
Yeah, of course, that's what it's supposed to represent.
It's disturbing, and I'm not sure. Is your stream for 18 plus? Or?
Yes. Also, that's not an 8. Really, that's the thing that, yeah.
I'm not sure about that. If my streaming options are for 18 plus. Where can I
Dude.
see this?
Dude, that's really not that important. I now have a Bunfugging. Yes, I want to view its Pokédex entry, of course. I should, again, just use the national dex instead of the bad dex. Probably because the bad dex is bad. You know? The Fochan dex, of course. Yeah, that's how it was called. They see me scrolling, they hate it. Wait, I can just select a Pokemon and scroll down, which is way faster, yeah. Hampani, the bonding Pokemon. Hampani is always born in pairs. They are inseparable to the point scientists consider it one Pokemon. Okay, that's a very tame description.
Right.
Wait, weird cry. But okay. Okay, what's going on in this house?
What is going on here?
I used to watch the Fochan Cup before it got wigged by gay-loving neckbeards. Okay.
Alright.
My grandson has so much anger built up inside. I'm afraid he'll one day flame on an anonymous image board. What's on TV? Nothing, because the TV is turned off. Frick. You freaking fricks. Trainer tips. This game was purposely designed not to be nuzlocked, but if you seem to think you have the balls for it, be my guest, buddy.
I'm your guest?
I swear, I saw a blue blob thing around here somewhere. Yeah, there's a
I
blobbers.
have to activate this thing, it's called Inhalt für Erwachsene?
Yes.
Alright. I didn't even...
Oh, sleepy music. There's a sleeping blobbos. Blobbo is slap. take Blobby. Yes. You received the Blobbers. Give a nickname to this Bolby. What the fuck? Do you want... should I give a nickname to Blobbers? Should that be Sasha?
No. This looks like how is it called? Weintraube in English.
Yeah, maybe I can call it Grape.
Yeah, grape. That's a nice name for this thing. It looks like a grape.
And I found a quick ball. It's a ball and it's quick, like my balls.
Yeah.
Alright team, move out. Okay, that's Team Karma.
Why is your ball fast? Quick, your own ball. Did you mean your ball sack or was it random?
It was kinda random.
Alright.
All sorts of tools are lined up neatly, yes. A shady old guy sucked me into buying this weird fish Pokemon. It's totally an asshole and it costs 500 bucks.
Nice.
Don't buy these things. They are all owned by Jews. They control us. They got rid of all their competitors and now they charge outrageous prices for potions and Pokeballs. I should probably leave out some of the words when we do this dialogue.
Yes.
Nonsense. The Goldberg-Rubenstein Corporation only owns 87% of Pokemon shares. How could we control anything? Here, have a free potion. It's on the house.
Who is 8?
No, these potions are not addictive or anything. Nice.
Holy shit, a pretty decent streamer is watching your stream.
You mean yourself?
No, you, Aiton. He got 4,252 followers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's also not really real.
Why? But why did he get so much follower and me not?
I mean, it's not that he isn't real. Him viewing me is not real.
Ah, alright.
He let me check real quick. I'm pretty sure he's one of the guys who automatically just is in every stream chat. Wait, the Pokemon music, what does it remind you of?
Aufzug music? Elevator music? I'm not sure.
Come on, you especially should know this.
Wait a moment. Super Mario? Wii Shop music! Dang it! Nice! That's nice. Nice.
Oh yeah, that's an old man. Hey kid, wanna see something neat? Haha, it's
not-
Venus. You can flash people too, take this. And I now got the HM05 for flash.
Jan, you know your audio is delayed to the stream gameplay. Every time you read something, I see the text like 5 seconds later or 2-3 seconds.
Do you
later.
mean because you're seeing the stream on Twitch while you're listening to it via Discord?
Ah,
Dude!
yes. Yeah, there was something. I'm a stupid ass bitch.
Oh yeah, he doesn't let me go through into the museum, so I guess we'll have to beat up the rest of Team Karma.
Yeah. Jan, I'm going to grab me another Laugenstange.
Oh! Yes.
Oh, nice.
Nahaha! Looky, I got it. Now the scales are tipped. Wahaha! You can't take that, you thieves. Sorry, but Team Karma is in dire need of this magic science thingy for super secret sciencey stuff. I'd just like to interject for a moment. What you're referring to as magic science thingy is in fact GNU Linux, or as I've recently... Can it nerd? I think it's serpentine for us to go. This job is already in the history books. Oh no, a 10-year-old with Pokemon. Get him, henchman. We can't let a kid interfere with our plans. Ooh, they actually have their own battle music. I didn't even realize that. And he has a cockroach. Which is going to get one shot because I have Amber. Die, motherfucker, die. Yeah. Very nice, very easy.
I'm back.
Hey, Bunfugging is now level 4.
Nice.
And there's an Armando.
Oh dang, yo.
Oh no, I just realized I said I planned to weed out every single dialogue in the game. And I know what's coming up next.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Is it in this game possible to get a shiny Pokemon?
Yes.
How does a shiny Armando looks like?
I don't know. Bunfugging is level 5. Level 6. And it learned Focus Energy. Grape is level 6. And it's trying to learn Sleep Talk. Do I actually want it to have Sleep Talk over Snore?
I'm not sure.
I mean, Rox... maybe? Yes, probably.
How is the what's the name of this Pokemon version? Clover. Alright.
Clover, yes. What are you... Oh yeah,
Oh no, holy shit.
What?
The last evolution of this is looking great.
Okay. With this science device, our plans will soon be realized. Oh yeah, of course, the next Team Karma grant. This one has an upvote arrow on his head. The female ones have a downvote arrow. And yes, Team Karma is basically just Reddit.
But
They are the bad guys in this game.
lol. But there is not actually a shiny version of it.
There is a shiny version of it, but it's probably not...
in your wiki.
Yeah, not in the wiki. Yeah, it has...
Oh yes, there is one in the wiki. I found it.
Yeah, I think shiny odds in this game are base 1 in 4,000. But you can increase it by chain catching, if I remember correctly.
Alright. The underarm is blue then.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Stop decreasing my special attack.
Underarm, forearm. So.
Yeah. Okay, forearm. Doesn't it, when it evolves, it just gets more and more arms, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think the third evolution doesn't
Two
have
arms?
4 arms?
No, 3.
Oh. Okay.
Or? Wait a moment.
Nugget Bucket
Three
is, Nugget Buck is level 9 now. Bunfugging is level 7.
What the frick? The third evolution is called Tripex.
Yes. Very tackle. My special attack currently is pretty shit, so I should just spam tackle and hope I don't miss, because that thing is doing nothing but spam sand attack. Come on.
Yeah.
What is this fight? Stop! Let me hit. Thanks. Die. Patrick is level 10. OBS is level 10.
Nice.
Bunfugging is level 8. Grape is level 7. And I defeated the Team Karma Grunt. But how? Okay. Got both Team Karma Grunts out of the way. Ah, alright, you slippery little snake. I'll take you on instead. Come here. Okay, no, I'm first going to talk to everyone. Battle him already. He's going to cream you. Leon is a cool dude, and there's no way you will win. Uh-oh. Please help us. You've got to help us. Yikes. Not my GNU. Yes. Because they are trying to steal a magical science thingy, also known as a GNU Linux system. It's time for you to disappear. Karma admin Leon wants to battle. And he got a Spanky. Which is a grass fighting type, I think. So it should just die to Ember. Oh, not completely. Okay. Very snack. And do I get any more level ups? No. Oh yeah, I also wanted to know the abilities of the rest of my team. Oh, and he has a dragon. Which also is kind of good for me. Because at least I have a neutral matchup against it. So I can at least fucking damage it.
You fuck it and damage it then? That's disgusting.
Also got the pill, nice.
Nice.
By the way, that thing is a steel dragon type. Which is an insanely strong typing. Also, it's this edition's semi-legendary.
Alright.
So, you know, last evolution very strong.
Very, very strong. Because
Player defeated Karma admin Leon. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Bail, 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 bail. And now they're all leaving. Nice. Thanks for saving us, kid. Gen 2 man would be proud of such a valiant defender of open source software. Feel free to stay here in the museum for as long as you'd like, free of charge. Thanks once again. Wait, which of the two guys... Now, as I was saying before I got rudely interrupted. Oh yeah, this guy. I can't believe I'm now reading all of this. Linux is not an operating system unto itself, but rather another free component of a fully functioning GNU system, made useful by the GNU core libs, shell utilities and vital system components, comprising a full operating system as defined by POSIX. Many computer users run a modified version of the GNU system every day without realizing it. Though a peculiar turn of events, the version of GNU which is widely used today is often called Linux, and many of its users are not aware that it is basically the GNU system developed by the GNU project. There really is a Linux, and these people are using it, but it is just a part of the system they use. Linux is the kernel, the program in the system that allocates the machine's resources to the other programs that you run. The kernel is an essential part of an operating system, but useless by itself. It can only function in the context of a complete operating system. Linux is normally used in a combination with the GNU operating system. The whole system is basically GNU with Linux added, or GNU Linux. All the so-called Linux distributions are really distributions of GNU Linux. I don't know why anyone built this dialogue into this game.
I don't know. Just copy-paste the shit from Wikipedia.
Yes! Thanks a bunch, kid. Here, have a great ball. Oh yeah, I obtained a great ball from this guy. It makes me wonder, why would Team Karma want to steal something that's open source? Oh yeah, and there's Terry. You saw those guys? They are Linux cultists. There's no question the CIA is involved here. I'm Terrence, by the way, but you can call me Terry. I'm investigating this Team Karma crowd. I can tell by their voices that they are CIA. They're trying to get me to go back to work. So yeah, you should be careful around them. They'll kill you and make it look like an accident. Goodbye.
Alright.
That was a reference to Terry A. Davis. I should be grateful for my long life. Never did I think I would see the bones of a toxic raptor. Oh yes, there's a toxiraptor fossil. And here I think it's, yeah, Tricillion fossil. Yes. And what's going on upstairs? It's a replica of a space shuttle. What's the fossils in here? A meteorite that fell on Mount Moot. It is thought to be a moonstone. Okay. 6th of July, 2006. The first closing of the pool. I was part of the raiding team on B. Oh, kid, those glorious old times. Yeah, pool's closed because of AIDS.
Nice.
Mount Moot is named after a guy who passed away in 2005. There's a memorial on top. Be sure to pay respects.
F? Alright.
Remember, guy. Don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product. Rocket, rocket, I want to ride the rocket. Sigh, they grow up way too fast. Yeah, I'm just leaving now.
I shall respect in the
Oh
chat.
yes. Oh yeah! Thanks for the respect for Moot, I guess.
Yes.
I hope you know who that is, at least.
No.
The guy who made 4chan.
What the kind of thing?
The guy who made 4chan.
Alright.
Please tell me you know what 4chan is.
Of course, this Japanese thing.
Japanese thing. It's not Japanese.
No?
No.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Trainer tips. If you're having trouble with gym leaders or other tough opponents, you should EV train your Pokemon. Look it up on the internet. It's actually not that hard. Spitting facts right here.
Wait a moment. Are we talking about the same 4chan?
You know, that image board? Yes?
It's Japanese. Oh no!
No, it isn't. It is based on a Japanese site, but it isn't Japanese.
Ah, alright.
It was basically an idea to westernize. I think it. How was a Japanese one called? I think Fotuba it was called.
Porn day of on YouTube and some things like this. Yes, yes, I remember.
Eek! Did you touch me? What?
Uh-huh. Jan,
Last Janice wants to battle and sends out a troll bait.
you're going to jail, Jan.
I sadly don't have a I'm going to jail button. I should probably get one. And it used Splash. Ah yes, Splash. Very good move. Very nice choice. Oh no, it actually has Bubble. But I'm way too high level to actually get killed by that, am I? Yes. Gotta love how my Quick Claw never was useful up until now.
Nom, 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 nom.
Akbar is trying to learn camouflage. Alters the user's type depending on the location's terrain. That could actually be useful, so I am not a fire type anymore in the rock type gym.
Alright.
That actually sounds really fucking useful for me right now. I'll probably turn into a normal type then, so I actually have step on my tackle, which also is pretty nice. Grape is trying to learn transform.
Jan,
Do I want Grape to learn transform?
I don't know.
Do I want it to be a Ditto? Basically.
Do you want to start a let's play of Borderlands 2?
No! Why do you...
Chat, what are you thinking about a let's play from Jan for Borderlands 2?
Don't do this! Ah yes, chat. No! We're not going to start a let's play of Borderlands 2. Stop! Stop be... Gotta earn those tasty chat interactions.
Yeah.
Nugget Buck is now level 11.
Nice.
And he said, yes, you touched me. I'm going to call the police. I'm gonna call Tumblerita. I'm gonna call my mom.
Dang it.
I got an Allenberry. Why would you ask me in the middle of a Pokemon play through to just randomly start playing Borderlands?
I don't know.
Hey, I found a green shard. I'm not actually sure what it's used for, but I found a green shard. Prepare to feel the sting of my Pokemon. But what we could actually talk about is what I'm going to do for Minecraft Wednesday.
Probably.
I mean, probably Minecraft, but
butt cheeks everywhere. I guess.
oh god, it freaking paralyzed me.
That's bad.
Yes, it kinda is. Patrick is level 11 now. OBS is level 11 now. Bunfugging is level 10. Grape is level 9.
Oh,
ow.
dang it, Jan.
I think I got bit by a curry crawl. Cool. Wait, what did I wanted to look up something. I wanted to look up the ability on bunfugging. What is it? Oh yeah, it was quick feed. Yes, I remember now.
It's looking so disgusting. So Jan, right now I'm going to watch a short YouTube video
Why?
because I love YouTube videos.
Okay, but they are not my stream.
Yeah, it's very fast.
Yeah, I'm just going to beat all the trainers before the arena.
Alright. You listen me very soon.
My screw up ain't crap. Yes, it's a screw up. Very nice Pokemon. Screw up's attack rolls. This would actually be a problem if it wasn't shit. Just got some XP. And he also has a Mei-Mei. And it might have sheer force and just deal shit tons of damage, or just use Growl and then fuck off and die. I guess. Meow. Who can you learn rollout? Oh, of course, him. Yes, I don't really need Sweet Sand. Bunfugging is level 11. See what I mean? I'm pretty sure my Screw Up is in the bottom percentage of all Screw Up. Yes, it probably is. My friend told me to catch every stage of Curie Crawl, so I did. And with the Curie Crawl. And it's a Gutsy-kun. And it's a gutsy fly. This was a very interesting battle. But I'm probably going to get some level ups. Yes, Patrick leveled up. It tries to learn Harden, but no. OBS is now level 12. Bunfugging is now level 12. And it can learn Quick Attack. Quick Attack is just flat out better than Pound, isn't it? Yes. Grape is level 10 now. Grape is trying to learn Rollout. Blubber. Yeah, I kinda like Rock Throw more. Because it actually does, you know, decent damage on the first turn. See, I actually caught every stage. Yes, yes, you did indeed, my dude. Oh, OBS is evolving. I now got my very own gutsy fly. I mean, of course, excitement. What is it going to evolve into? Oh. I wonder what it is. Oh, it has a very, very cool outline. Oh, it's a gutsy fly. Very cool. Thanks, Kanye. Is it actually a flying type? Yes, so wing attack actually makes sense. Probably above Harden. Because string shot... I mean... string shot is... Oh, I forgot how it isn't useful. Maybe if you increase your speed over the opposing Pokemon... No, it actually never is useful, I think. Like, increasing your own speed is actually useful. If you with that outspeed multiple opposing Pokemon. If I win against you, maybe Senpai will notice me. Yeah, he most definitely will. Oh, new viewers.
I'm back.
I have new viewers.
What?
I don't know. My viewer count increased.
How is this even possible?
No one wrote anything yet, but I have new viewers. And now I can use Ember.
Someone do this to himself.
Oh yeah, I'm getting mud slapped by a Samdwarp. And now I'm missing my Ember.
Yeah. You know who's watching?
Who?
Teat.
Yes, I saw that. Wait, are those actually Twitch viewers? Yeah, all of them are on Twitch. 0 on YouTube. Nice. You know, I once actually had a viewer on YouTube. But on that stream, I forgot to make it so I read the YouTube chat. So he instantly left again. After writing hi and then a bunch of question marks.
Alright. So if someone wants to chat, I'm here.
We are all here.
Yeah, but no one is interested in you yet.
Frig off. I should probably try out how strong OBS is now that he has evolved.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, I can now see, is he actually a physical attacker or a special attacker? That would probably be important. Oh yeah, this page. Yeah, he most definitely is a physical attacker. Yeah, so I guess it's just wing attack.
Jan,
Yeah?
are we going to play something else today?
I don't know, I kinda intended to make it a full Pokemon stream.
Alright.
But maybe later, when I'm done streaming.
Alright. That's good.
Oh yes, Ekbar is level 16, so he will evolve as well.
I'm a bit bored. What could I play right now?
I heard there's a very good stream that you can watch. I think it's from a guy called Rob's Gaming Young Clever.
Yeah, I'm already watching the stream.
Yeah, that should make you... that should unbore you.
I'm not sure about that. Are you sure about that?
Yes. I heard it's
Because
very
I'm feeling-
unboring.
Because I'm feeling a bit bored, I guess. Just kidding. Just kidding, yeah.
Wing attack! Just,
Give him the wings.
just
Chicken wing.
defeating this train, and I might actually, with my starter evolved, maybe beat Brock. Or I'll need a grass type. Which also is very much a possibility. Because, you know, rock type gyms are kinda hard to beat with a team that's weak to rock.
Aqua is evolving.
Yes, yes it is.
Is it Ala right now?
No.
Ala Aqua, maybe?
No, the first evolution is not actually named Akbar. The second... But it's Iguala.
Iguala.
Yeah, Iguala.
Voila.
And it's trying to learn Snarl. Which is pretty nice, because it's a special attacker. If I remember correctly. And Snarl is a way better move than Pursuit. Oh yeah, I also wanted to talk to this person. Now my senpai will never notice me. Very sad.
Senpai?
Very sad. Pay respect in chat, please.
Schau mir die anderen Titel.
Undertitel.
Ah ja, yeah. Did you saw what happens if you have the under thing on?
Yeah, it gives
Oh,
it gives you very, very bad subtitles. Yes.
very bad subtitle, yeah.
Yeah.
500 Nofra wirft den Frau ist F11 Uhr.
Yeah, you also have... Wait, did you actually activate German subtitles? Why does it give you German subtitles? My stream is in German.
In Germany, I guess.
Yeah, but it's still kind of weird. It should see... Oh, yeah. That stream has its language setting on English. I should probably put on English subtitles. That would be a good idea.
Yeah, but it's, you know,
Stupidity and stuff. Yes, I know.
Twitch is
Godex City,
special
Yeah.
platform, I guess.
Godex City Pokemon Gym. Leader, Brock. The
Oh,
rock-solid
I'm
Pokemon
going
trainer.
to spice it right now up. I'm going to tweet that Jan is doing for every follower.
No!
Every new follower.
I'm not. I'm absolutely not.
Why?
Stop lying on my behalf. Hiya! Do you want to
Wait,
dream
ask
big?
the chat. Should
No, I'm not. That's not up to a vote.
push up?
I don't even have my camera active. Dude! Stop!
Yes. Wait.
At least use your second account to answer yourself.
Shit.
Dude!
Yeah. No, I'm a bit too basic for my second account right now.
Hmm.
Jan, so every new follower you get, you should do a push-up.
Wait, I need to correct that tweet.
What kind of tweet?
Let's go to the people I'm following. Or to Alex. I think you tweet. I thought you said you tweeted that out. You didn't.
Yeah, I just typed it in your chat.
Oh yeah.
Should I tweet it?
No, you should also not do that.
Alright.
Do you dare to be? Do you dare to dream of becoming the Pokemon champ? I'm no trainer, but I can help you get there. Let me take you to the top. Here, let me help you. Have a fresh water. Yeah, I got fresh water. Rock specializes in rock types, but you probably already knew that. It's not that good of a type defensively, but offensively it's very good, so be careful. Also, Godek Pokemon Gym. Leader Brock, winning trainers, Patch.
My dick itches.
Is there actually a hidden item here somewhere? Probably not. Yeah, let's just fight the first guy. Stop right there, kid. You're
Got a new viewer, Jan.
your second account?
No.
Yeah, I also lost 2 viewers, by the way.
Norberto. Hello, Norberto. How are you?
Can you please... maybe we should only actually talk to people that write something in chat, instead of guys that might just be weird, automatically be in every chat bot, you know? Oh yeah, but stop right there, kid. You're 10,000 light years away from facing Brock.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm 10,000 light years away from facing Brock. Yeah, oh yeah, that just one-shots. Okay. Very easy, nice. OBS now is level 13. Bunfugging now is level 13.
Oh,
I don't know, I think both my moves are equally terrible on it, but Snarl is generally a better move. Wait, no. Is it just a straight fire type? I thought Furnace was fire steel type. Huh, I guess not. Damn, I lost. You're pretty hot, but not as hot as Brock. Okay, I guess. And now, let's walk onto the teleporter platform. And now I'm 10,000 light years away. On a meteorite, somewhere in space.
Alright.
Yeah, the guy said I'm 10,000 light years away from facing Brock. And then I stepped onto the teleporter. So, you're here.
Makes sense.
I'm Brock. I'm Gatex City's gym leader. My rock hard willpower is evident even in my Pokemon. My Pokemon are all rock hard and have true grit determination. That's right, my Pokemon are all the rock type. Fwahaha! You're going to challenge me knowing that you lose? That's the trainer's honor that compels you to challenge me. Fine then, show me your best. And of course, the arena leader music.
No.
I'm just going to use camouflage to become, I think, a normal type. Yes.
Nice. But a faster version. Or it's just higher pitched. I guess.
I don't know. I'm just going to snarl the thing to death. But at least I'm not weak to Rock Tomb anymore, which is pretty nice. Camouflage, indeed a good move.
Oh, maybe I'm bored. But I'm not sure why. One is a nice game.
Yeah, maybe just stop being bored.
Yeah, maybe it's just the mood today.
Ooh, Nugget Bucket is learning Wing Attack. And I think that's flat out better than Peck, isn't it? Yes.
I guess. And there's a Chompest. And I think that's partially a Dark type. Which means that my Snarl is... Oh no, I'm just getting killed. Okay. I know what I should do right now. I should play cards.
You could do that. And I should send out Patrick so he can water gun that thing to death. Go, Patrick! Do stuff! Please actually deal damage. That's pathetic.
That's very pathetic.
Yeah, I should have probably buried up my Pokemon before I did this. Go Grape, use transform. And please don't just instantly die. Fwick. Very good, Blobbers. Very good. Thanks, Kanye. Gunfugging. I guess just bite. No, that's terrible. Quick attack then. Does this actually deal damage? Not really. Now he activated his berry. Oh yeah, I could have stolen it with my bug thing. That would have actually been useful. But yeah, now he doesn't have it anymore, so I planned Nugget Bucket first.
Nugget Bucket.
And he uses Rollout. Oh, I somehow thought Rock resisted itself, but it has full effect. Okay, but I'm still dead. So that's that. Go OBS.
Let's go.
Do things. Wing attack, I guess. No, you're dead before you can do anything. Nice.
That's not nice. Huh?
Good fight, team. Very nice. I lost to Brock.
You lost against Brock?
Yes.
It's very bad.
Yes.
Should be ashamed.
Yeah, because Patrick decided I should go for the fire starter.
Dang it.
The only starter that's weak to the first gym. Which is really nice.
I assume Patrick is a good friend.
He didn't even know that. I mean, he might have known. He might know that the first gym in, basic fire red and stuff is rock type, but like, I don't think he actually thought about this.
So actually, Patrick is just eating ass.
That's a combination of words you can string together to form a sentence, yes?
I knew it. Yeah.
I'm just going to do the last few trainers and maybe try to actually catch a grass or a water type on this route. And look how I fare against Brock then. Or in theory you can actually just skip Brock and he becomes the last gym leader with like level 50 Pokemon.
Alright.
Because he's angry that you skipped him.
Yeah, that's probably not good.
Oh cool, the wild Mei used thingy. Yes, I forgot how to read and speak. Come on, Mei, I want to catch you. Akbar gained 40 XP. The rest of the team gained XP. Mei approaches its prey and keeps making strange faces until its victim faints. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone wants Mei named after him. Yeah, let's just do the last few trainers on this route, I guess. What do you think the inside of a mud pan smells like? Haha. Oh, he also has a Clover. I should get a Clover. That's a good grass type. I will also one-shot it because, fire and stuff. But still, I should probably get one. Akbar grew to level 17. Youngster Calvin sent out mud pants.
Alright. Oh, mud pants.
Yes.
Probably the shit in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's literally the joke.
Yeah. That's a good joke.
Is that thing actually a half fairy type? Or why are my dark moves not very effective? I'm confused.
You are.
I defeated Youngster Calvin. I was just wondering for a few laughs, haha. Do you think Mud Pants gets embarrassed when it poos in front of other Pokemon? I just thought it would be a funny thing, haha. Yes, yes, dude, yes indeed. Just a very funny thing. Would you like to see my bug collection? What does he have?
What does the fox say?
A Lavados? And probably, let me guess, a Curryquall. Or does he actually have a Cockroach? That's like basically the only 3 bug Pokemon available right now. Oh no, he could also have a Pixilia, I guess. No, it's a Cockroach. Very impressive bug collection. Very nice XP. Grape is level 12 now. Nice. It's still a work in progress, alright?
What is going to be the next name of your Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, there should also be a Pokemon... I should also name a Pokemon after you very soon.
No, Rape is a good name.
What is a good name?
Rape.
No.
Why?
Okay, this girl is trying to teach a Pokemon present, and I'm not going to read that, whatever she said, because it's terribly hard to actually read. I have gazed into the edge of the abyss and has stepped back. Very nice dialogue, my dude. Mount Moot is so large. Don't get lost inside. Also, there's an awakening in there. Almost forgot it. Yeah, maybe get one of the cave Pokemon to actually defeat Brock. Like, there's fighting types and ground types in there, which can also beat, you know, rock types.
Yeah.
Beware, Fernazi will steal your kosher food. Okay, I guess. And I found a rare candy. I just want to encounter some Pokemon to catch. Yeah, that's the one not useful Pokemon in here. Because while this is a ground type and learns ground type moves, its only ground type move that learns is kinda terrible and the wrong type of attack.
Alright.
But it can be useful with False Swipe, I guess, because it helps catch Pokemon. I found an Armando.
Are you seriously found an Amando?
Yes.
By yourself?
No, with my dude.
Nice.
Akbar gained XP, the rest of the team get XP. Armando's data was transferred into the Pokédex. Armando fight each other every day to improve their skills. Their leader is the biggest and strongest. I think that's a very appropriate Sasha Pokemon, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Wow, definitely. That hurts.
Yes, that sometimes that happens sometimes.
No, but it's on the space where I got operated.
Yeah, that's kinda terrible, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, now I'm going to switch out a Pokemon, because I want Sasha in my team. And you know who I don't want in my team? Probably the Blobbers right now. Grape. Grape, you'll be in the box for a while.
Grape, no!
Yeah, I probably also should move it into a special box for Pokemon that actually are supposed to be on the team, but are just currently not in. Yeah, let's just use box 14 for that. Then let's talk to that very friendly guy, Shalom. While it is unethical to help adventuring guys, I like you, so I'll make an exception this time. Obtained TM 46. Never use the move Thief when battling your friendly and kosher merchants. Yes.
T.
I'll just leave that uncommented, I guess. Yeah, which of my Pokemon should actually learn Thief? Probably
Yes.
Nag.
Bannfrage.
Yeah, they're probably getting... Oh no, I could have gotten rid of Bite instead of Tail Whip, I guess, but... Yeah, it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, I now have a Pokemon with Thief, which is very important. Also should save again. I'm just a kind of paranoid person with saving. Team Karma attacks the Gadak Museum. Sometimes I question their real motives. It seems like petty crime, but I think there's something much deeper there. Also, I'll get myself new water right now.
Very good.
Will be right back.
Stay hydrated. Very important. Keep up, do not keep up, keep up, do not keep up. This is the reason for my life. What the frick?
Okay, I'm back at it again.
Are you staying hydrated?
Yes.
That's very good. It's important.
Did Patrick leave again? Did you leave again?
Oh,
No.
I'm just watching.
Oh. Well, yeah. Patrick left again. But
Patrick.
probably because of bad internet connection or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh yeah, I already talked to that dude. All the other trainers in this region too strong for you. Maybe you should get good.
Alright.
It's a berry tree. It's holding one berry. Yes, I got a berry. I removed a berry from the berry tree and put it into my berry bag. Very nice.
Very nice.
So now I'm just here killing stuff, like one does.
Did you ever thought about to be a porn actor?
No!
Why?
I'm gonna take you down with my awesome Pokemon.
Oh, nice. That could be a good beginning for yeah.
No, stop! No, why do you think that is in any way an appropriate question?
I don't know. In my head is something like mashed potatoes right now.
Mashed potatoes. Yeah. Nugget Bug is now level 15. Sasha is now level 10.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in so much trouble. Oh yeah, Nugget Bug is evolving. And it evolved into Fwiden.
Yeah, holy shit. Is this a ball sack?
No, it's Keule. Chicken leg.
Yeah.
With
chicken wing.
With no, the wings are flies.
Oh lol. Is that the actual name should be KFC?
You mean how my old one was named?
Yeah, right.
That was just a rental Pokemon from school that I borrowed. Know what I'm going to do? Like, I mean, Nugget Bucket also works, because, you know, Nugget.
Yeah, chicken nugget bucket.
I should probably get some more levels onto my... onto Sasha before I do this. I should probably also send Sasha in front so he levels a little bit faster. But, yeah. Because he can totally take on all the wild things in this zone. Rude. Yeah, rude. That's the word I'm looking for. What are actually Sasha's stats? I didn't even look at those.
Enormous dick.
Ooh! It
Yeah.
actually has a pretty nice nature for a fast physical sweeper. So I guess that works out really well. It has Iron Fists and Arm Thrust, which is a very cool combo. And it somehow has Tickle,
Nice. Of course.
which also is a kind of good move. So I guess overall it's a pretty good Pokemon. Like, overall, one could actually train this for competitive. Like, this has the base stats to actually work out. I mean, if one could actually play Pokemon Clover in competitive, which isn't possible.
Because no one is playing this competitive.
No, because you can't play this online. There's no netcode.
Nice.
But yeah, this one actually got all the stats you want from it if you wanted to use it in competitive. Like, of course, you would still need your IVs and EVs on it. But yeah, that can be fixed. I mean, EVs you just gain by leveling, and IVs you can increase on wherever, like in the post game. But I don't think you know what EVs or IVs actually are.
Kind of weird Pokemon is this?
What? That is a Maymay.
What is this looking like? Like, it looks like an accident, you know?
It's supposed to be a meme.
Alright.
Like, it's literally Maymay. Like, it's supposed to have memes coming out of its body.
Alright.
Can Arm Thrust actually... Yeah, it can actually hit more than 3 times. Okay, yeah, it's probably a 2-5 move. Yeah, do you actually know what stuff like EVs and IVs are?
No. Explain it to me.
You know, there's like a bunch of things that determine the Pokemon stats. There's like the base stats for the species.
Yes.
There's then the nature,
Yes.
which increases one stat and decreases another. By, I think it's... Oh god, I think it's like 30% or something.
Yes.
Then there's IVs, which are like a bunch of stats from ranging from 0 to 31 that a Pokemon is born with, but they can also be increased by stuff. Usually there's like a location in post game where you can do stuff to actually perfect the Pokemon's IVs. Like, I think that's also the thing that gets increased by those stat items, like calcium and stuff. That increases the IVs to up to 31. And then there's EVs, which are based on... basically depending on... it stands for encounter value. And depending on which Pokemon it actually fights against while leveling, it also changes the Pokemon's stats.
Oh, nice.
So, if you actually want to train a Pokemon for competitive, you basically need to train it or level it up against a specific type of enemy Pokemon that increases the stats you want.
Did you play it competitive?
I play a little bit on Pokemon Showdown, basically, and that's it.
Alright.
Oh, cool, a Pixilia. What?
Is it difficult?
Like, if you know how to properly build a Pokemon team, it isn't that difficult.
Alright.
Like,
Would you recommend it to someone to play it competitive?
yeah, probably. Or like at least, try out how like online battling in Pokemon is. I mean, yeah, you can just go to PokemonShowdown.com and just do it there.
Nice.
A very nice website. Where you can basically also create your perfect team.
Yeah, I'm a bit focused right now because I have to kill Trox.
Okay, I guess. Sasha gains a bunch of XP. I caught a Pixilia. These Pokemon are said to provoke optimistic behavior in others. It's very popular amongst women.
Lol.
And it's a pixie fox thingy.
Did you got a shiny one or why
No.
is it a different color?
No, that's the normal color.
Oh, alright. It looked different for me.
From what? Like, you haven't ever seen another one of these.
Yeah, it looks different like the Pokédex entrance, Eintrag, Mann.
Oh. Wait, is it actually shiny? Wait, is it actually shiny and I didn't notice it?
I don't get it.
Let me give it a nickname. I still don't have any viewers besides you. Like, I think the viewer count just increased and now it dropped again.
Lol.
Oh yeah, I'll name it LOL. Just like Chad said.
Well, that's how chat works.
This is how chat interactions work.
Ooh, all the berries we grew.
Don't interrupt my
Oh yeah, you can actually be in box 14. That's the appropriate place. No, it definitely isn't shiny.
No? Alright.
Could it actually... I mean, it's a fairy type. It's kinda useful in this arena, maybe a little bit. But then I would need to level it as well. And I just leveled Sasha to an appropriate point. So I'm not going to do it with another Pokemon. So yeah. Get fricked, I guess. Do 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 do. And I should probably also give berries to my Pokemon. Because berries are very useful.
Yes.
Ground type, bug type. Is there actually one against rock type? Okay, there's one against rock types. Which I should probably give to Nugget Bug and to OBS. So they don't get completely screwed over. And then I should give everyone else an Oranberry. Here, Patrick, have an Oranberry. Here, Bunfugging, have an Oranberry. Here, Sasha, have an Oranberry.
It's getting faster.
So, and now I should probably be able to beat the gym. Oh, yeah, it's actually not called an arena, it's called a gym. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how they are called in English. Of course. Oh yes, dialogue we already know. Oh yes, such dialogue, much wow.
I'm feeling it.
Just arm thrusted to death. Bam. 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 Okay. Not quite a one-shot and it got pack. And the packs apparently beat the arms. Okay, no. Sasha actually managed to knock out their first Pokemon. Very nice. Oh, and Brock sent out Bollicle instead of whatever that chest thing was called.
Alright.
Come on, just one-shot it with arm thrust. I want 5 hits now. Come on, give me 5 hits, Sasha. Sasha, why do you only hit 3 times? Sasha, I'm disappointed.
I'm disappointed of you.
Come on,
Sasha,
do it.
why are you always disappointed?
Come on,
What is wrong?
do it for Mother Russia.
I'm going to do it for Mother Russia.
Sasha grew to level 14. Oh yeah, Chompest, that's how it's called. And sadly it has Intimidate, but I also have Tickle, which is a very nice move.
Yeah.
And it has 4 times weakness against me.
Nice.
But I think I'll still just double Tickle it. Oh yeah, I'm still faster than it even though I got Rock Tombed once. Really nice. Oh, it also has Payday. Okay. Yeah, of course it has Payday, it's a fucking chest.
Yeah, that thing is just going down. No, I actually only hit twice. So, no, okay, it just eats its berry in the middle of the move, I guess. I didn't even know that could happen. Oh yeah, I think Sasha will not win this, no. But I now have 5 other Pokemon left, so this should be easy. Go Patrick, go Patrick, go Patrick, go! Oh no, he actually has a potion. Frick. I'm not going to lose this. Come on, Patrick. You can do this. Oh yeah. With an appropriate level, Patrick can actually take a bunch of bite attacks now. Yeah. Patrick now is level 15. And is trying to learn Swift. Yes, Swift is just way better than Tackle for this Pokemon. The rest of the team gained some XP. Nugget Buck is now level 16. I took you for granted, and so I lost. As proof of your victory, I confirm to you this. The official Pokemon League Boulder Badge.
Jan in space.
What? Okay. Just having the Boulder Badge makes you more skilled in battle. It also enables you to use the move Flash outside of battle. Of course, a Pokemon must know the move Flash to use it. Also, I got $1,400. And I got TM39. And it's Rock Tomb.
We're waiting for the TM69. I love this music.
Yes. Very important music. Very good.
Very good. Mother Russia. She reminds me of this.
Why does the Wii Shop theme remind you of Mother Russia?
Because when I went to sleep as a child, my mother turned it every time on.
I don't think that's how time works.
What? No. Oh, I'm so tired right now, I'm not sure why. Because I made through the whole night. Okay. I didn't
I'll probably I might do the next. I might try to get to the next gym today and then end the stream. And next stream actually try to beat the next gym.
I just understood every second word from you, Jan.
I said this stream I'll try to get to the next gym and probably stop and beat the second gym next stream.
Alright. Feel free to do whatever you want.
So we can maybe then do something together after I get to the next gym.
Maybe you will lick my butt cheeks?
No.
Yes.
No.
Chad, do you want to see pictures of Jan licking my butt cheeks?
Stop doing this bit. It's not funny.
So Jan, you know what to do?
Stop doing this bit.
No.
It's not a good bit.
It's good.
No, it isn't.
It is.
No. Wait, I think that bug catcher actually doesn't have any bugs. Because he's in a cave and he hasn't found a single bug in the cave yet.
Nice.
Because, oh no, he actually has bugs. They are just not from the cave.
Alright.
Oh, frick, and that thing can probably beat up Sasha.
No! Freaking fairy types. I hate fairies.
Okay. Wait, he harshly reduced my... Oh god, no, I'm going to switch out again. Just... No, I'm not going to try to fight that thing with -2 special attack.
Jan, I'm going to check my butt because of the
Yeah,
very soon here.
yeah. Never expected to hear that words from anyone.
Yeah, but it's...
Ah, come on, just hit stuff. Wait, this is a trainer fight, I can't catch it. Oh god, my voice is rough right now. Mount Moot is a rough place for bug trainers like me. Yes, yes it is, my dude. What? Did you say something? Okay, I guess not. Yeah, probably taking all the berries away is a nice idea. It's a mud pants. I never have been so excited about someone shitting their pants before. Stay in my premier ball, please. Nice. Mudpants was caught. Nyahaha. Mudpants constantly soil themselves to scare off enemies. Their waist is so light, wind can carry it away. Yeah, I have no one in chat, and yeah, so no one who can name it. Boy, I love cave. This one is so big and damp. Yes, yes, indeed it is. If I remember correctly, there isn't really anything important in here that I want to get right now. I just want to leave the cave. Just mech punch it. Pew! Bam! I press the speed up button on accident so freaking often. Yeah, she feels like she's being watched, and there's the... Ooh! He actually has his own melody. Huh? I'm not doing that. I'm doing nothing wrong here. Get lost. And it's... neat. It's neat Joven.
Hey ho!
Hey ho.
Weirdo, what's up?
Stop calling me that.
My butt is... Everything is fine with my butt.
Very nice to hear, I guess.
I'm very happy about this.
I'm fighting a need right now.
A what?
A need.
And, alright. Neat.
That's an abbreviation. Need Joven sends out another Samdrop.
Tell me more about you, Jan.
No.
Tell me more about you.
Why? So you can
Oh,
steal my
fine.
identity?
No, because I'm interested in you.
And more XP. And I defeated Neat Joven. And he asked got milk. Yes.
What?
Also very nice model.
Disgusting.
That's
Yeah.
white, I mean, not model. I like to pass all day looking at the pretty lasses that come here. Yes, yes you do. Oh, it's a Barnacle. Ha, balls. Haha. And now this ball Pokemon is going to be caught in my ball.
Nice. In your ball sex.
Yes.
Nice. Put it in. And then just fab.
So when it swims around there, it can be a spermate.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry for anyone who heard that joke.
Just us. But if you
Barnacle.
want,
Barnacle often encourages others to come and slam. It is very welcoming of others to its jam. I just love this description.
Yeah, that's nice.
Sadly no one is here to have Barnacle named after him.
Wait a moment. I will send
Why do I have even less viewers than I usually have? Like, there's usually at least people here in this Discord who are kind of viewing.
Yeah, but right now no one is in Discord.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
Because I thought, hey, I could just, because, you know...
No one likes to see Monday streams, because Monday sucks. It's not about the stream, it's about Monday. You
Yeah,
know?
maybe. The idea was just, you know, with all the people in Discord and stuff that I know that are watching, I have like enough people who could be like, yeah, I want this Pokemon named after me and stuff to actually
Yeah, I know.
have a full-on team of Pokemon named after viewers. But no.
Ian, I'm going to send you something very important.
If it's a picture of your ass, I'm going
No.
to sue you.
No, it's about the next time if you drink milkshake, you know, it's very important for animals.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an ethic thing.
What? I feel like I shouldn't view it.
You should view it. It's very...
My Landshell, this Landshell of mine is my best friend. Okay.
Please show it in your stream.
No, I'm not going to do that.
But look it, add it. It's very funny.
Is yes, 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 yes. It kinda is, I guess.
So the next time you're going to drink a milkshake, think about that, yes?
Yes, I think maybe.
Is it really worth it?
Ooh, that
So-
rapid spin
it's
animation
so
is really
dumb.
nice.
This freaking picture is so dumb.
Yes, yes it is.
I love it. Maybe I found other high premium. Premium
Brat.
memes. Pictures.
There are lots of dangerous Pokemon in this cave. The muscular one scares me a lot. So she's afraid of Sasha. Speaking of the devil. No, I can't one-shot it. So, yeah. I'm just getting my XP off of trainers right now. Paralyze heal. Okay, that's pretty cool, I guess. Thanks. No, I'm not going to do that. Let's call it a joke another time.
in searching. Oh, damn. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the researcher. Hey, stop. I found these fossils. They are both mine. Yeah, now we can choose a fossil. Super Nerd Miguel wants to battle. Does he actually have a beer in his hand? I think he actually has a beer in his hand.
Yes, it's alcohol, definitely.
And of course the Super Nerd has a Sam drop.
Yeah, but always think about only one beer per living space.
Yes.
Living space. I sent you just some memes, Jan.
Cool. Okay, I guess.
Do you know Obama's?
Yes.
Alright.
Bunfucking is trying to learn double team. Of course. Of course it can learn double team.
Alright. This game.
What is your opinion on that thing learning double team?
It's okay. Why not?
Wait, do I actually have anything that counters Picotten? Specifically. Not really, so I'm just going to send out Patrick. Go, Patrick! Use water gun. Oh no, that's terrible. I should probably use Swift. Phil Swift. For flex tape. Flex tape is a super strong tape that I don't know any of the flex tape ads by heart, sadly. Is Patrick going to die? No, Patrick is alive.
That are really bad memes.
Did you send me more memes?
No, I don't find good memes.
Why would you say...
LOL.
OBS is now level 16 and is trying to learn Stun Spore, but that's not a good move, don't. Even though I could probably have replaced something with it. Yeah. Wait, Think Fast is actually an attack? Okay. I guess so.
Jan.
Yeah, what's up?
I dig it.
No. A critical hit, but I use Bug Bite and it should be very effective. Yes.
Shit.
Deal damage. No! It used Disable. Frick. Wing attack time.
Strom just died.
Okay.
Alright. Now I'm watching your stream again.
Cool. And... Oh, Bunfucking is evolving.
Yeah. How does they look like? Oh dang it! It's the same thing, but just more of those things.
Yes.
Ah, damn you!
It evolved into Banorgi. And is trying to learn Double Team again.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I think. And it's trying to learn Work Up. What actually is that move? Allows itself to raise its attack and special attack. Not really that helpful. Funnily enough, when it evolves with you having an empty slot in your team, it actually fills your entire team with more copies of itself.
Not really.
Yes. We'll each take a fossil.
Or-
No being greedy.
Isn't that overpowered?
Why?
Because you have 3 Pokemons then?
And why would that be overpowered?
Not even. Yeah, alright. But you could. You could have. Then, if you power level this one Pokemon, a very strong team. But in this version of Pokemon, you can't power level a Pokemon. So it's not overpowered.
Yeah, also leveling something faster is not like really a metric for it being over. Skipping out on a little bit of leveling is not really a metric for something being overpowered. Which
Yeah, but-
fossil do we want? Do we want the horn fossil or the tooth fossil?
The horn?
Okay, the horn. That's this one, yes.
Yes. Show me the horn. Alright.
It makes me feel sick whenever I hold it. Obtained the Raptor Claw. Cool. What does the Raptor Claw? I think that's the item to evolve the actual other fossil. If I remember correctly. Which is... Where actually is the Raptor Claw? Oh, here. A claw that contains the genes of an ancient Pokemon. Just touching it makes you feel queasy. Okay, I guess with that one could also clone the other Pokemon, so one could actually have both. There's the Wanderer. Prepare to get walked.
Oh,
He probably has a bunch of walk types.
maybe.
No, that's a ground type.
Alright.
I'm just going to use Tickle. Very nice move. And then I'm just going to arm thrust it to death.
I'm thrust.
Why do I just hit 2 times? Not good.
Not good. Mother Russia is not proud of you, Sasha.
Sasha gained 69 XP points.
Nice.
Nice. And he has a Fernard, which also isn't rock type.
What the fuck?
It's a straight fire type.
What kind of Pokemon is this?
Why?
Yeah, because of...
You kinda just faded out there. Try again.
You're Nazi. I know what it means and it's not good.
Why is it not good?
Because that's not good. Yeah.
Why would you say something like that?
Because it's not good to you to put people in a furnace.
Maybe?
Maybe. But why is this game? It's probably for children, reminding about...
Probably for children. Yes, very much. As indicated by the choice of starter Pokemon. Yes,
Yes.
very much game for children.
Yes.
I mean, it's still slightly more child-friendly than Pokemon Whack, I guess.
Pokemon what?
Than Pokemon Whack, I guess.
Whack?
Yeah.
Alright. Why you didn't play Whack?
I could have also played Whack, but I think I'll play through this one first, and
Yeah.
then do a on-stream playthrough of Pokemon Whack Edition, which is like way harder. Because it's also way bigger, way longer.
Yeah, like your Schlongel.
What the fuck, Jan? Oh, I loved it. The female NPC is the female rival NPC is so much better than the male one. I didn't expect to find you here. I heard this cave is the legacy of some guy named Mood. I asked people who he was, and they told me he was a cuck and affected.
No.
I should probably not say those aloud. But I still read them. I should not read those. Oh, by the way, we should
You're
totally have a
able to read those,
rematch,
yeah.
to be honest, fam.
You know you're able. That's not a bad thing on Twitch.
What? What?
Yes.
Why would that not be a bad thing on Twitch?
Twitch allows streamers who turn up to 80 the stream on 80.
Yeah, but you
say
still are
things
not
like-
allowed to say stuff like that.
Yeah, but you can say things like stupid mother freaker, and you know you are allowed to say.
Yeah, I know.
Like this once. It's not a big deal.
There's people who have been banned for less, let's say.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah.
Then probably should be more.
No, no, saying words like fuck is of course... No, I'm just... words. Oh yeah, she now has a singlet.
All right. We had 3 viewers, and right now we have 2 again
Yes, I know.
because of the word freak, I guess.
I didn't even say
Yes, you said freak.
I said something way worse. That's the problem.
Oh, alright.
Because it's a line from the
I
dialogue.
guess the most of them are bots.
Yeah, none of those bots actually count as viewers, you know?
Yeah, that's the reason, because there stands users and then many names, but there are only 2 viewers shown.
Yes. Oh no, please don't let this anal gay completely beat my team.
Anal gay?
Yeah, it's actually a mixture of the word anal and algae.
Yeah,
But it just reads really weird.
yes.
Because it has algae growing out of its ass.
Why anal algae?
Because it has algae growing out of its ass.
Alright.
Because the first evolution stage actually is, how is it called?
Hey, your Pokemon is still called buntfugging.
Yes, because that's a nickname. Because
Oh, dang it.
because the first evolution of that thing is called grasshole, and then it evolves into into
Buntfugging.
no, an algae, and then I don't know. Oh fuck, I got wrecked. A whole lot of smileys. Hey, are you going to activate? You better head to the gym to get some sick gains, bruh. I'm going to get some first aid for my dying animals. Smiley face, smiley face. How does one act... Like, how do the smiley faces in her actual dialogue work? Like, you can't just talk with smiley faces in your sentence.
Maybe she's chatting to you? Oh, Posieren.
Bam! Oh, it actually has poison point. That's not very nice. I'm poisoned now.
Maybe.
But
after
I'm now
the
getting
stream-
additional speed due to speed boost.
Nice, but Jan, maybe after your stream I'm going to bed. I'm so
Really?
tired. Yeah.
But okay, so then I won't stop the stream, I guess.
Then I can't going to bed.
I mean, yes, you still can. Hey, she
No.
has an A in memeology in school.
I promise you. What? Alright.
She is very good with memes.
Ah.
Please tell me I can act. Does she actually have something to steal? No.
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 I'm so tired. I'm not sure why. I hate it.
So we're not going to play anything after the stream.
I'm not sure.
Like, I want an answer because, you know, if we're going to play something after the stream, I'm going to end the stream very soon.
No, then play your game. I'm not going to play something else today.
Oh, and she got an F in Pokemon Battle Theory.
Oh,
Yeah.
dang it.
I need to study harder, I'll never make it in life. Yes, study harder.
Yes, studying is very important. Or you will end up...
Oh, I found a great ball.
What?
I found a great ball. How many trainers are there actually before the next city? Hey kid, check out my Pokemon gains.
Pokemon games.
Black Belt Chai wants to battle. Why is he holding a SNES in his?
I'm not sure why. Jan,
Yeah?
I'm heading to bed right now, yes?
Yes.
But I will watch your stream on my mobile device. No.
Cool. So you'll become an active chatter again.
Yeah, I guess. Wait a moment.
Ooh! Bunfugging, go! Why? This thing actually needs a different name, but I can't rename it because I got it by trade. But damn, that's such a bad name to cheer on. Also, the only Pokemon I have left is Aqua.
I don't. I'm not sure what kind of consume.
Quit. Go ahead. Yeah, but I'm still going to win this battle because that's a physical attacker and Mud Slap is a special move and it's also shit. So yeah.
Alright, I shit in my pants, so I'm going to be offline right now. Jan,
Yeah?
have a good night. And
Yeah, you too.
And I'm going to chat your stream and yeah.
So
We
yeah.
will hear us tomorrow. Yes?
Yeah. So I
No.
guess after the fight I'll be gone for a minute again. Armando, no. Why no? Many people mistake Armando for a penis. Yes, yes, they do. They actually do. Yeah, wait. Where's my be right back text? That's my be right back text. And I should also deactivate my And the quick break is over. Yeah, I should probably make a full-on break screen. Still, no one is joining me. Wee! Like, there's so many people who are usually in this Discord chat, but I guess the only one this time was Alex. Which is so weird. Please, I just want to skip you. Holy shit. I'd own every bird if I could. Oh, is it a bird catcher? It's a bird catcher. Bird keeper agent. Sends out a Kangion. Okay. Please don't ruin my day. Snarl. Also, hey ho Alex, I guess. I think I already said that. Not out Kangion. Get level 19. Fucking shit, at least I have my little bird. I love Clover. Oh, you think me as Wormhack? No, my Kangion's name is Clover. Okay. Please be a Wasali berry. No, it's a Shopal berry. Well, up here, there's an item. Yeah, that's an item. That's a super potion. Activate City is special in that it is entirely built on top of piers. Why? Because it's cool, dummy. Wait, let's... First of all, read the sign. Big Bill Hell's Bike Shop. Yeah. Clover that reject a leaf stone for a long time will grow up to have sick gains. Yes. What kind of weirdo owns a house in the middle of the water? Wait, does that house even... No, you can't actually reach it. Nice. A pure miracle. I've found a way to generate extra shekels from battle. For a simple down payment of 5,000 shekels, you should get started on this as well. Do you want in on the secret, right? No? The shots burn. Yeah, I sadly don't have my... I don't have enough Poké Dollars for this one. Because he's going to teach one of my Pokemon Payday, and that's actually really awesome. What does this guy say? I love the shape of the city. It's simply aesthetic. Okay. Have you heard about Normal? No, not the berry. Actually, it is believed that the Normal berry was named after him. Okay. Terry. Oh, there's actually Terry in here. FBI put a kid next to me on the DMV to evoke sex whispers. What? I said I would put a gun in his mouth. What? No, Terry, that's not what you do. Is the fairy tab actually really useful right now? No. I mean, it's still kind of more useful than my starter. Hey kid, do you want to get yourself and your Pokemon whipped? Here, have a special brace from Condensed Whey. It doubles the massive gains. I got a Metro brace. A training without bench press is not a training. No pain, no gain. Never too late. What the fuck? What? Yeah. Where's the thing? Metro brace. An item to be held by a Pokemon. It promotes strong growth but lower speed while it is held. This is a very Sasha item. Yeah. Oh, the bike shop. Welcome to Big Bill Hells, home of the meanest sons of bitches in fortune. Hey, dumb enough to buy a used bike, I see. Well, if you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill's, you can kiss my ass. That is, unless you can win at challenge pissing. Oh god. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet into the air, straight up and not get wet, you get the bike for free. When you're ready, go stand there by my employee on the waste tile. Alright. On your marks. Get set. Piss. Well dang, I never seen a tangled piss that much at once. What the fuck? Here, you deserve this. Obtain the bicycle. That was a mighty impressive. I tried to win a challenge, but I only made it to 3 feet. Maybe if I stuffed a Pokemon with a water move down my path. Oh, okay, you need to have a Pokemon with a water move with you to win this. Actually, pretty cool concept, maybe. I mean, it's still a weird thing. Why? Just why? Why is this the music? You're making a Pokemon Pokedex, what's the point nowadays? Can't you just go on therapy or something? Yes. There are so many sexes. Like that one creep in Gadak City that flashed his penis on me. How impressive. Baitmaster are tricky creatures. One time researchers thought they had discovered a new Pokemon, but it turned out to just be a Baitmaster. I teach you Boom Burst. The gold standard move for power. For 3000. That's actually really strong on Sandrop. And he can't learn it, okay. Yeah, no, Boom Burst is such a strong offensive move, especially if you got like an ability to boost it. What's this kid actually doing? Activate. Oh yeah, that's just the entrance, and I'm an idiot. Do you know how to keep an idiot in suspense? Ah, do you even lift? No, you should take this then. TM8. Bulk up makes your Pokemon whipped and raises its attack and defense. Talk shit, get fit. Yeah, that's actually a flat out better version of Tickle. Because usually buffing yourself is better than debuffing the enemy. Yeah, I want the TM case, yes. And I want it on Sasha. Yeah, here, you have Tickle, but better. Bulk up actually is almost... I think it's actually a buff you... it's one of the better buff moves, definitely. Like, yeah. It situationally is even better than Sword Stance. But of course only when up against a physical attacker. But yeah, it's like a 2-stat up, which is usually where buff moves are actually starting to be used. Did I miss out on any other houses? I actually don't think so. So I should probably do the bridge. Trainer tips. All the cool kids use set battle style, L equals A, fast text speed, and battle animations off as their option settings. You want to be cool, right? Wait, is there actually text? There isn't even text speed. Dude. That isn't even an option. Good, 27. Oh yeah, it's the bridge thing. Yeah, let's let Akbar do the buck guy. A nice man offered us money for standing here and battling everybody. It's a Dray Pillar. Which,
Yeah, actually isn't weak to fire because it's also a dragon type. Oh god, that thing is strong. Please stop. Please just get burnt or something so I'm not getting fricked over by pin missile. Okay, no. I'm just getting the kill because Twister is not really a good ability. Wait, or is it? Twister has some sort of extra effect, doesn't it? I'm not sure. Nah, it probably isn't good. But I think it still has some sort of effect. To make it not like a bland bad move. It's like if you're really lucky, it can sometimes be good, but it probably isn't because it's fucking Twister. Now defeated Bugcatcher Clark. Cool. That was super, I guess. If you beat the next 3 trainers, you will get a special reward. Youngster Kent wants to battle and he has a Whibbizap. Which I think is just a straight electric, so I'll probably snarl. Oh yeah, I got Thunderwaved. Nice. Oh yeah, Quick Claw actually being useful. Nice. Am I dead now? No. Okay. Oh yeah, that was a critical hit. Which ignores stat changes, so it actually deals damage. I'll just quick attack it with Bandfanging, I guess. And it's level 19. Do I still have? Yes. You're strong, man. Good old user's bridge. No, seriously, that's what it's called. Some high up in fortune really wanted a bridge, even though we didn't need one, so they slapped one right here. Oh yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a useful bridge. Cool, I guess. The furry guy. I think they have an ice type, so I should send Sasha ahead, I guess. No, no, this is your balls. Oh, what's this? Oh no. Oh, please no. Why is there even Alex not watching anymore? Come on, Alex. Be a nice Alex. Huh. That's not very nice. Furry Mittens wants to battle. Oh no, he actually has 3 Pokemon. But that one's at least still an ice type. Oh yeah, now Alex is watching on YouTube instead. Cool. A very nice viewer, yes. The double view. Yeah, I think the live viewers are more useful on Twitch. I'm just streaming on YouTube, so it auto-uploads on there. Wait, what was the cool thing about Force Palm again? It was yeah, it was the paralysis thing.
And yeah, it's also better than Arm Thrust. Yeah, very cool, Alex, very cool. Okay, it's a Mei. That's also pretty weak to fighting. He's also faster than me. Oh god, oh frick. Stop reducing my speed. Oh god, I should have used his first Pokemon to actually bulk up, I think. Yeah, I think that was a sheer force Mei, because those things can learn sheer force. No, I don't have a donation link, sadly. What kind of donation do you want to give me? Like, $50 so I can buy you Bannerlord. I think that one is Fairy Flying, so I don't really have a chance. And it snarled me, which I guess is kind of nice for me. Come on, give me a paralysis. Yes! It's still faster than me. The ever-loving frick. Yeah, I should probably put a donation link somewhere, maybe. The thing is, I don't really ever get viewers that aren't my actual friends, and why would they give me money? What was I just fighting again? Oh yes. I'm just going for Nugget Bug. Oh yes, a citrus berry and powder snow. Of course he has flying coverage. Because why would he not randomly have flying coverage? Oh yes, that's a bunch of Pokemon emotes. Meow. Yes, very meow. Ooh, Sasha is evolving. Ooh, Pokemon can even evolve while downed. That's a very cool thing, I guess. Your Sasha evolved into Muscle Dude. Oh yeah, talking to him again, you're awesome. Beat the next two guys and you get a prize. Oh yes, how was that emote called again? It's such a famous Hearthstone thing. Yes, Kappa Pride, I guess. I meant the thing before. Oh yeah, Smog. Of course, Smog, the good old Hearthstone thingy. Okay, Alex, we know you have emotes. You can stop now. Yes, very nice Bob Ross you have there. The guy next to me thinks he's a Caracold. Really creeps me out. Yeah, I guess. Camper Frank wants to battle. And he starts off with oh, it's a Conchilla. Is that a fairy? It might be a fairy. I'm just going to Ember it. Oh god, I love the rapid spin animation. It's a great animation. Yuck. Okay, Ancient Power didn't activate. I'm a happy camper now. Well played. Stop! Stop spamming emotes! Dude! Yes, very nice kappas you have there. Yeah, Sleep Powder is probably more useful than Stun Spore, but it has bad accuracy. But yeah, still more useful than String Shot, I guess. Yeah, I mean, if it means that you're actually watching, you can still continue spamming those, why not? Oh, it's a Fairy Walk. That's actually really bad for me. Because I'm now going to die. I should have probably switched to avoid him getting free stat boosts while also killing me. Yeah, I don't really have a fairy counter. Like, what do I need either steel or poison. But I guess I can also just use Patrick. When does Patrick actually evolve? Alex, can you look up when Patrick evolves? I think the Pokemon is called Samdrop. Oh, I'll just look it up myself. I think I have the spreadsheet open somewhere. Do I? No, that's a weird Watch Together room. That's also not Pokemon stuff. No, none of this is Pokemon stuff. I don't have the spreadsheet with all the evolutions on there. Wait, did it debuff my special attack while I was tapped out? Yeah, why would I get Alex to look something up while he's lying in bed? That's not a very nice thing to do. Pokemon Clover, main document. Is there actually No, that's not the actual Pokemon Clover website. Did Alex write something? No, I'm just looking up after this fight, I guess. Because the only way I know how to find it is in the description of some YouTubers' videos.
Hi everybody, welcome back to
No,
more Pokemon
stop.
Clover.
Stop, don't play. Stop playing the video. Yes. Where is the spur? Oh god, it's actually not on that video. Yeah, I could just shut off all the sound real quick to... Wait, I don't need to shut off my sound. But yeah, now I'm not getting copyright claimed, I guess. I think it was on a third episode, the spreadsheet. But yeah, he did a very cool Pokemon Clover series. You should probably check out Hoodlum Callum. Oh yeah, I actually have the spreadsheet still opened and I'm just a massive idiot. The name was Samdrop, yes. Okay, I found my spreadsheet where everything is in the Samdrop. Samdrop, the normal type. Evolves at level 30. Okay, to Samrust. And then evolves again with Waterstone. Okay. And yeah, that's basically it. Cool. Yeah, well, okay. I have finished looking stuff up. Also, I have unmuted everything. That's also very nice. And I still need to kill that rock thing. Because it still continuously wicks up every one of my Pokemon. Oh yeah, it's also a fairy type. I forgot. So Thief also won't be very effective. It isn't a fairy type. Why is it called Fairyok? Yeah, I just said that. Thanks, Alex, anyway. Oh look, it's a Quarkling. It's cool. I should... Also, look up all the other stuff. Yeah, Banorji doesn't... Act. I don't know if it has an actual split evolution. That would also be cool. Quackle looks very nice and you should have one on your team. Yes. Yes, I should probably have one. It's a very nice looking Pokemon. I should also bite it to death right now. Yeah. The Owenberry, yes. Oh god, and now I'm dead because it's magnitude 8. Go, Sasha! Ooh, that actually looks kinda cool from this side, I guess. Maybe, a little bit. It also looks really weird with those different colors. Sasha gained 400 XP. The rest of the team gained some XP. I defeated Kemper Frank. Whoa. I'm the 4th trainer on this bridge. If you beat that lifter, you can meet Mr. Goldberg. Yeah, all like Lavita. It's actually supposed to be designed after the statues that are in front of the Pokemon League. Well then, grab your nuts and be... Okay. Lifter Greg wants to battle. He sends out an Armando. Go, Sasha! Now it's like a flexing competition. Both Pokemon are just flexing. Force Palm. Why is he actually faster than you? Like, Sasha is actually... He actually has a speed nature. Come on. Oh yeah, I forgot. All the enemy trainers in this game, or many of them, actually have perfectly Eevee trained Pokemon. So yeah, that's a thing to look forward to. Oh, and it's a web type. I hope it isn't a dragon type. It might be a dragon type though. No, it doesn't. Damn. Those two bulk ups make you so fucking strong. Like, those things were actually higher level than Sasha. Awesome, keep going, champ. Okay, I guess. If you bet on yourself, you can do anything. Even run faster than trains. No, you can't. That's how that other character, Terry, died. Oh god, and I forgot, now it's the time you encounter her. Howdy. I saw the way you whipped the other trainers back there. My name's Kimmy and I'm a pretty sharp trainer myself. How about you have a battle and if you win, I'll invite you to my secret club. Ready? Let's go. She has a pretty strong Pokemon in the back, let's say. Like, her Maymay isn't that dangerous, but she has a weird goat, and that thing... Oh yeah. Also, this just happened. Give him a super potion, please. Yeah, I should have probably healed. Oh no, she used Meme. Oh, come on. I couldn't actually ever get a move off. Okay, Nugget Bark. I guess you use Rollout, so you can maybe just roll all over the next Pokemon as well. if you don't just get killed by her Mei. Because that thing is strong as frick. No, I think I should actually kill Mei now, yes. And maybe I can one-shot her next Pokemon. If I actually hit. Please hit, because Knockout is like... Oh no, it's actually faster than me. Yeah. And I don't think OBS can beat it. Oh, come on. Stop flinching me. What the frick? And that's how the cookie crumbles, I guess. Yeah. God, Kimmy is strong. Yeah, let's just try it again, but with a fully healed team. Howdy, I saw the way with the... It's the same text again. And she sends out the Mei. And I'll try to use it to bulk up, I guess. Oh yeah, of course she critically hits. And now I flinch and then I'm dead. God, I hate that Pokemon so much. Now I basically just need to heal myself through until I'm too buffed up for her to beat me. That's like probably my main way of winning. Like, I think 2 bulk ups should actually be enough. Just force palm her. Yes. Oh no, that's a psychic type, if I remember correctly. Yes. Yes, 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 okay. No, she won't send out her goat, of course. And remember, when they come, they won't send out their goats. Oh, he actually has soundproof. Oh. And of course he has fire coverage. Okay. That's so freaking terrible for me. Huh? Isn't that a psychic move? Am I not a dark type? I thought I was a dark type. And I thought it was a psychic attack. So why did it deal damage? I'm confused now. Yeah, I should have used rollout instead of wing attack, I guess. Just for some preparation against knockout. Because I'm pretty sure that thing has sheer force or something, so it just hits like an... Yeah, it just hits like a truck. Oh god, oh frick, oh heck. Oh heck almighty. Come on, don't chain flinch me again. Thanks. Okay, she doesn't have any berries. That's good to know. And of course she wakes up after 1. Because that's just my luck. Come on, miss your headbutt. No. Come on, I don't want to lose this again. Get him, Patrick. Swift. Yeah, of course it has normal coverage, but it doesn't actually kill. XP points, button fucking is level 20. Tries to learn Hyper Fang. Hyper Fang was that thing that just half the... No, it was just an attack. I thought it was that thing that half the opponent's HP, but no. Woo, you're as good as I reckoned. Okay. The club is having a meeting down in Tripod City later. I hope to see you there. Toodles. Okay. That's actually pretty cool, I guess. Oh no! He actually wants to fight you. I'll let you join my group for a small fee. Oh no! Merchant Goldberg wants to battle. And I don't have my thief Pokemon up, I think. Wait, this is my thief Pokemon. I have it. Okay. Wait, did I forget to move an item from these guys? No. Wait, he doesn't actually have an item on his Chompest. Guess I'll just spam Hyper Fang then. Or just swap in Patrick. Oh no, I kinda just want to get my free swap, I guess. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really want my free swap. I just want to heal Patrick up once and then swap. So I still have a chance to, how's it called, to thief his next Pokemon. Was it actually half my HP? No, it was a little bit less, wasn't it? Why don't you deal damage, Patrick? Like, how terrible can your stats be? Like, your special attack isn't even that bad. You should deal damage. Deal damage, now. Yeah, and its attacks deal 20 to me, so yeah. At least this game isn't... where was it? I think it was an Infinite Fusion where every fight is like Pursuit Spam City. Yeah, I should just beat that thing up with Sasha. I should really just heal between battles. That's like the big takeaway of this. Why does this actually say sharing this? Yeah, I don't really want to stream on Discord. Cool. Yeah, of course, intimidate. But yeah, I'm just going to use this guy to bulk up. And then maybe try to steal his... steal stuff from his second mon. I just kinda want to get Payday, because that's a good ability. Just for money grinding. So I can maybe also Shiny Hunt. And he's dead. It really depends on what his second Pokemon is, whether I'm going to thief it. Yep, that looks like a thief target. What was Flatter? Was it like a buff but it confuses? Yes. Come on, just get off one. Willy, just get off one thief, come on. Thanks. Amulet coin, nice. Yeah, just Hyper Fang him. Just completely shred him. Can I please stop being confused? It's scary. A little bit. What even does that move do? At least I get more special attack. But it's his last Pokemon, so it doesn't even matter. Sasha's level 20, nice. What point does Sasha actually evolve? Patrick is trying to learn Rollout. No, you're special attacker. Yeah, 0 pounds. What actually is an amulet coin? Is it just basically a nugget? It doubles the battle money if holding Pokemon takes part. That's really cool. Yeah, of course, he's holding the Metro Brace that probably someone slow is supposed to hold, like Patrick. Because Patrick most of the time goes last anyway. What's that one piece of snow there? Nothing. Oh, you got pizza. Nice. I actually want an Orgeon. It's actually a pretty cool Pokemon, I think. So it shouldn't be dead right now? Yes. Calculated. That's how you call it. I thought we were in bed. Why did you get a pizza in bed? I mean, the answer to that obviously is something like bad life choices in general, but why would you get a pizza while you're in bed? Nugget Bug is level 20. If someone touches Northern's skin, they become sick. It roams cities at night, spreading disease. And I don't have anyone to name it, because I don't have viewers. Nyeh. Yeah. I'll just call it pizza. Just because of you, Alex. No, I call it bad pizza. Pizza. Yes, bad pizza. It's bad pizza. That might actually also come in handy at the grass gym. I already have a Mei-Mei. So just shut up and die. Yeah, I think I'm going to climb that mountain before the gym. Maybe? I'm not sure. Like, it's not really the hardest gym, but I'm not that comfortable fighting water types with this team. Maybe for this gym I'll actually... move this guy over here. Move the ball man over here. Maybe I'll get Lul or Bat Pizza, just so I don't have a Fireman with me. Because this is going to be a liability. Yeah, and I'm going to train it up by battling up the mountain. Is there anything to the right? No. Also, there's still something similar to Bill's house here, isn't there? What does he actually have? Pinkie Pie is the best. Now let's party. Okay. Yes, Akbar. What's the problem? Oh yeah, Domme. Hi. Oh no, that's a fairy type, I think. Sasha's probably going to die against that one. But my only poison type is super weak. I'm just going with Nugget Bug. Yes. Hey, now I have another person in here that I can name Pokemon after. That's nice. Yes, yes, they are. They very much are. Oh no. Moody. Okay, and it didn't lower speed. So I think I need to quick attack if I want to win. Yes. Yes, those are... yeah, some of the Pokemon in here are pretty offensive, I guess.
Hello, streaming legend.
Yes, hello.
This game is so fucked up. I love it.
Yes, yes it is. I mean, I don't... Oh yeah, you obviously saw the trainer I'm fighting against. His trainer class is literally Brony.
I've read the text. What was it? Pinkie Pie is the best pwn or something like
Yes.
this? Jesus fuck. Every knows it's Tritony or what's her name? I don't know. Sprinkle Dash, Rainbow Color.
Yes, no, don't. Okay, I'm not even going to read that, because someone could quote me on that, and I don't want that to be a quote of me.
What?
Also got 700 from winning. Hey, something wrong about liking it. Please, I'm not going to talk to this person anymore. Mount Clover ahead.
Oh my god. This game is legendarily
I found one
also bad,
calcium.
but
Why would I even skip stuff? Like, I defeat you for the honor of my waifus. Oh god. Oh please no. Oh yeah, of course. Neat Paul wants to battle. And he sends out a
it's
Shizetta.
pretty late. Wait a second. Maybe reload the page.
Yeah, it should have like 5 seconds delay maybe on Twitch.
No, I see Shizetta.
What is that thing? I think it's a straight fire type, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm just going to bulk up. What was Captivate? Yeah, harshly reducing special attack, very useful. Okay, now I have almost 0 special attack, which still doesn't matter because I'm a physical attacker.
Oh.
And okay, it isn't a straight fire type.
You look like a shaved Geodude from that perspective.
Yeah, from the front he kinda looks better, I guess. Okay, still not that much, but yeah. It's a muscle dude.
It's a shaved Geodude.
Yes.
Oh, with a few extra chromosomes.
Yeah. I think that one could consider that a description. Oh yeah, that's Flame Burst. And that's a critical hit and that hurt. Okay. Please let his other waifus be easier to beat up. Come on. What else do you have?
Wait a second, don't spoil.
But why?
My god.
But why? He said his waifus. I thought there were multiple of the classical waifumon.
Fetishes.
I thought there were... Oh god, why does he have to have a mud pants with him? Am I still dead? No.
Mudpant, the shitty diaper Pokemon.
Yes.
So fucked up.
Yes, Bad Pizza is level 15 now. Okay, and he has a titty. Oh no, he actually disabled Force Bomb. Okay, I guess I'll Mach Punch then. Okay, that thing is Water Fairy or Water Psychic, I think. Yeah, Water Fairy probably. And I still don't have any good Steel or Poison types. So, yeah. Oh yeah, did you actually... Oh yeah, I'm going to show you this thing's pre-evolution later.
Bunfuggin.
That's not its original name. I got it through Wonder Trade, and that's like the nickname it got. I mean, it's still Wonder Trading with an NPC, so someone wrote this actually in. My waifus, no. Okay. So, explanation on the mud pants. Do you know about Demi Waifu, the ultimate waifu? Yes, I know about that Pokemon. It's actually a legendary Pokemon. But, yeah, I also haven't viewed the entries of a bunch of my evolved Pokemon, so... What does this actually have? What? It bombs caves to force its prey out. If an enemy is too tough, it'll explode as a final attempt to beat them. Okay, I didn't catch any of these. Oh yeah, I don't think I actually ever read this one. Frightened skin is so hard. It's hard, so attackers get hurt when they touch it. If a wing gets broken, it will go back. Okay, that's pretty tame, I guess. A Gutsy-kun. It only moves when it senses danger. It often scares travelers because of their 3 creepy eyes. Gutsy Fly can often be seen telling others jokes. Anyone that doesn't like their jokes gets beaten up. Yes, those are things I didn't catch. Those are... That one I just heard. That one you should know. Armando? What actually is the text for Muscle Dude? If something bothers Muscle Dude, it will try to tear it apart with all its strength. Okay, I guess.
Can you show me Armando again?
Yes, that's the first evolution, of course.
Oh. Oh, okay. Gotta do to my, wo ich arbeite. Call him Armando.
This also is a Pokemon.
Für Nazi, Alter. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Where's the thing I actually wanted to show off? They see me scrolling, they hating.
You for real?
Oh, I don't think I ever read that description either. People who live near mountains say that you can hear blobbers cries at night as they try to train hitting rocks. Okay. Nope. And I just love the Bollicle description. It's just...
Come on, Slam. Welcome to the jam.
Ah yes. Hampani. Hampani is always born in pairs. They are inseparable to the point scientists consider it one Pokemon, and then it evolves into Banorgi. Banorgi is the result of many Hampani coming together. They breed constantly until they die. Oh, it actually has those double footprints. Yeah, actually, when you have empty spaces in your team while the Pokemon evolves, you just get a bunch of them.
Oh my god.
So yeah,
The bonding Pokemon is nice.
those are a thing apparently.
How many Pokemon are there in this game?
380.
Jesus.
Yeah, I need to heal up. I kind of feel like I should beat this gym today, but having the fire starter is just so bad in in this game because it's like based on Kanto, and so the fire starter is like weak for the first 2 gyms. Yeah, so I'll just train up the rest of my team while climbing that mountain. No, that's not a... Wait, is that another path? No, that's the path I just went. Yes. What trainer class is that? Hahaha. Destroy and beat my flawless strategy. Oh yeah, of course, that's a Smogoon. Yes, it's Smogoon Josh. I don't know if you actually get that joke.
I do not, to be honest.
It's the website. There's a website or stuff called Smogon, which just has all the info on which Pokemon movesets are the best competitive, viable, and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Nice try with that protect, I guess. I think those things are still flying, but I'm not sure. Yeah, of course it has Shell Smash.
Wait a second, you got one more viewer, I see.
I got one more
3
viewer.
viewers. You got 3 viewers right now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it should be you, me, and Alex. No, you're not actually on the... Oh, you are on this list. It's you, me, and Alex, and a bunch of people that are just randomly in chat without actually counting as viewers. Really nice. I think I can force palm it now. It used baton pa... It doesn't actually have an attack. Like it... That thing, literally, has Shell Smash, Protect, Baton Pass, and whatever it used in the first turn. I can't remember.
Professional
I think
retard.
Stealth Walks. That's, you know, that's actually kind of strong if you know, have a second Pokemon you can actually Baton Pass to. Like, that's a combo that people would actually do, but nah, probably not have those things on their Stealth Rock setter. Yeah, the set is OU, of course. Maybe it works better if you have more than one Pokemon. Yes, it does. Oh yes, ice puzzles, but without the puzzle. So it's just ice.
I love the puzzles in Pokemon.
Ooh, a tiny mushroom. It's a Mei-Mei. And it gets force palmed and it's dead.
Mei looks so beaten up, Jesus fuck.
Yes. Yes, it does. That happens when you have, like, basically cancerous growth of memes sprouting out of your body. Like, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be an ice puzzle on here, but somehow it's just ice.
I suppose it's just the typical game design, like showing you or getting you used to something and testing your skills within them.
Ooh, it's a fluffy Yeti. That's actually an ice type, and I'm risking one-shotting it with Sasha. So I should swap something else.
Social. Oh, yes.
Okay, it has baby
Nugget
doll
Buck is
eyes.
strong. I gotta say, KFC I felt more than Nugget Buck, but Nugget Buck is strong too.
It was actually... It was supposed to be Nugget Bucket, but it didn't fit. So it's now
Yeah.
Nugget Buck.
But that's more Pokemon-ish, you know?
Maybe. I'm just great balling it. So, do you want that Yeti thing named after you? They travel in packs until they evolve. When scared, fluffy Yetis stack on top of each other, pretending to be a snowman. So the idea is either someone wants it named after them, or just recommends a name, or it just doesn't get a name, so it doesn't go into the team, but just into the box.
Let's call it Hurensohn. No idea.
So, okay. Then I'll just put it into the box.
It's relatively bland as well, so...
Wait,
Let's
why
have
is
a
here...
look at the stuff.
Ooh, that actually could be... No. That's like a stone. I mean, that could be used in an ice puzzle. But but it's still just one stone. Wait. This way I'm getting down on the other side of the mountain. Oh yes, bird Pokemon. This powerful bird Pokemon. Does he have any...
Bird is the word.
Oh, he actually has a Friden. Do I have anything with rock type moves? Not really. Electric, no. I guess I'll just bulk up. And then just punch it because it's still a half normal type.
I'll be AFK for a second.
Oh, it uses rollout. That's terrible. Okay. I think I can beat it now. Oh, I can actually one-shot it. I think that's also a normal bird type, Birdhouse. Yes, yes. Sharpen is like a speed thing, isn't it? No, it's attack. Yes. But it's also dead. Okay. And a Stuff Owl, which also should pretty much be one shot. Yes. What? No! Yeah, I beat them all up. Nice. I would have beaten you if we had the Sky Battle. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I want the berry on the left, because I don't know what kind of berry that is. Also stone. Stardust. Nice. Stuff to sell. Money. I like money. It's a berry tree. Selling a Yache berry. Still not that weird berry that the guy wanted. But still, it's a berry. Very good. Oh, it's a Caracord. Don't really want to one-shot it. What am I going to use? Probably Bunfiring again. Yeah, just Hyper-Fanging it. Should probably survive. That was a critical hit. It doesn't survive. Nice. Oh, so no, I can't catch it. Wait, is this actually a maybe a little bit? Potion. This actually had a little bit of a puzzly aspect, like in some way. Ooh, that's a nurse. I think she can heal you, can't she? Yeah, but she wants to battle before healing. Nurse Angie wants to battle. And she has a Nauseon. I also don't have any anti-poison things, I guess. Why am I just so terrible at everything I'm doing? Just bulk up and beat up. That's like the motto of this team. Okay, acid spray actually is kind of scary. Oh no, I need 3 attacks, which is not optimal. Oh god. Stop removing my defense. I think the next one is Hangini, and I'm not sure if that's a ghost type. Oh, yeah. And Bad Pizza Land Acid Spray, which also is pretty nice. And Sasha's Hurt by Poison, which isn't very nice at all. Yeah, it is an Hangini. Yeah. And it's an actual ghost type. I'm just going to use Buntfugging, I guess. For just, you know, defense stuff. To just beat it to death. But I think I want Donna to come back to see it first. So yeah. I need to refill my water anyway, so I'm going to refill my water real quick. Okay, I'm back again. Did actually 2 viewers leave while I was gone? Like, really? Like, that's how it is? Like, Domme and Alex just left. What the frick? So I guess I don't have to wait for him now? Hey, they are both not in Twitch stream anymore. Nyeh. Guess I'll just thief it. And see if I can maybe steal an item as well. Yeah, of course it has Aftermath. Defeated Nurse Angie. No refunds. Here you go. I may have forgotten to disinfect the needle. So if your Pokemon gets Ebola, that's it. Yeah, of course. What if I told you aliens live among us? Would you believe that? What does he have? Does he have a UFO wheel? No. He has an Alamau. Ooh, that's actually scary. At least for Sasha it's scary. Because that thing can pretty easily beat up Sasha. Willy, metronome. Did this just happen? Okay, I guess. Hey, Lemao. Aliens? Yeah, I was joking. Hey, Lemao. Wait, why is there one bush behind him? Might it be that there are aliens in that bush? Oh no, it's just a normal encounter. Although Quill is actually pretty cool looking mon. I'm not sure what the secondary typing is. I'm just, you know, trying to keep it alive for a Pokeball. Aye, of course it has Poison Point. Nice. Yeah, I think this should be safe if I don't quit. Pin Missile is ranged, isn't it? Nice, okay. He doesn't kill himself. That's very nice. But there's probably no one in chat to name the Quill. Even though it's such a great Pokemon. Maybe. I don't even know. It looked kinda cool, I guess. Quill spikes are laced with freezing toxins. One sting can freeze its victim's bloodstream. I guess. So, how many of my Pokemon are down? None? I guess I could beat up a midget. Blobbers, what do you want? Can't you let an old man rest in peace? Yeah, that's midget sleepy. Josh. Is there like a reason why that thing gets Mudshot? Yeah, probably it's just a ground type. And that's it, and not like some haha funny reason. Okay, this just happened. So I'll probably also just sleep for the maximum amount of time. No, I'm not. Cool. So fuck off and die, please. Nice, and it's a pretty high level Blobbers, but it's still a Blobbers, so it's dead. Wait, that's actually special music. Cool. Yawn. I should tell you that there are only 7 midgets in all of Ocean. I'm one of them. Yes, very nice. What's the item on top of the mountain? It's a super repel. Very useful, yes. Yeah, this time I'm not one-shotting that thing, so I can add it to my collection. Oh god, am I just getting powder snow to death? I think I can. Oh lol. That thing is squishy apparently. Like really squishy. So I can now go to farther to the right, I guess. I came here to hike Mount Clover, but there's no cave entrance. Normal's cottage.
Yes, of course, normal. So, capturing that thing, third try. Please just don't straight up kill me. Why is Gust not there? Let me look at the resistance chart real quick, because did they actually change resistances? Like, because I'm pretty sure, like, ice does only resist ice, and electric doesn't really... Oh yes, electric actually does resist flying. I thought it was just an effect. Okay, I thought it was just a one-directional advantage. Hmm. So I guess I kind of fucked myself here. Maybe I'll just use my ball right now. Ball time. No. Maybe I can mud slap it without it dying? No, probably not. But this means I can use Nugget Bucket to wing attack it without it dying, I think. Maybe. It also has Snarl. That could also be the electric type that carries me if I, you know, get anyone to actually name it so I can use it in my team. But I think everyone is asleep now. Yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream here. There's like nothing going on anymore. Like everyone's gone to sleep. What should I do? Yeah, Caracol's body is adapted to extreme cold and it's strong enough to hunt prey twice its size. Yeah, I'm just going to save and then stop streaming.